We are online. Yes, Teresa?
So we
We
can
are
start?
online. Yes, we are online.
Okay. So thank you very much for joining us for this workshop on the methodologies for the use of history and philosophy. I'm really glad that Maria Martinez Ordaz and Teresa Rodriguez continue their collaboration on this topic. And yes, once more, I'm really glad that all of you are here for this wonderful workshop. So we are a bit late, so I will keep this very short. Actually, I almost finished. Yeah, and enjoy the this workshop. I'm sure that it will be really fruitful. And yeah, thank you once more, Teresa and Maria.
Thank you, Luis. Well, welcome to this workshop. First of all, I would like to thank the Institute for Philosophical Research for its support, especially our director, Luis Estrada, for being here with us, and also Beth Sarmiento and Alfonso Coronel for their support in the streaming. And as Luis was saying, Maria and I began planning this event in 2019 for the year 2020, but the pandemic came and the project had been suspended until now. So we are very pleased to have you here. And as you can see in this workshop, we will address a wide range of topics. I'm not going to go through them now, but all these discussions aims to foster a deeper understanding of how historical inquiry can inform philosophical analysis across diverse tradition and contexts. So thank you very much for participating in this workshop. Thank you very much for Kirsten for being our keynote speaker today. And well, I think we can move to our first talk. I will make a very brief presentation. Kirsten Walsh is a senior lecturer in the Department of Social and Political Sciences, Philosophy and Anthropology at the University of Exeter in the UK. She completed her PhD in 2015 at the University of Otago in New Zealand, focusing on the scientific methodology of Isaac Newton. Before moving to Exeter, she spent 2 years as an assistant professor in the philosophy department at the University of Nottingham. And her research focuses on early modern science, using the methods of integrated history of philosophy of science and philosophy of science in practice to study the work of Isaac Newton and the early Royal Society. The title of her talk is Newton's Metaphysics in Practice. And Kirsten, we're very honored to have you here. And the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm not able to share my screen.
Yeah, we're going to solve that right now.
Great.
Wait just a second.
Yes, el permiso ya está.
Oh, thank you.
It's okay.
Great, it's there. How's that? That seems to be working. Can I just check?
Yes.
Can I just confirm how long do I have to speak? Is it 1 hour?
Yes, 1 hour, yes.
Great. Okay, thanks very much. I guess one of the nice things about being the first speaker of the conference is that I get to be the first person to thank the organizers, Teresa and Maria, for running this workshop, which, I mean, we don't know yet, but judging by the lineup of speakers, it looks like it's going to be really, really wonderful. And also thank you so much for inviting me. I'm really delighted to share my research with you. Okay, I'll just jump straight in. Okay, so Isaac Newton was explicitly and infamously anti-hypotheses. So for Newton, a hypothesis is a speculative conjecture. It's a proposition that postulates unmeasurable or unobservable entities, causes, or processes. So, and yet, right, and so we see this kind of this shown in a lot of different passages in Newton's work. So this passage comes from his Optics, where he says this analysis consists in making experiments and observations and in drawing general conclusions from them by induction and admitting of no objections against the conclusions, but such as are taken from experiments or other certain truths, for hypotheses are not to be regarded in experimental philosophy. And there's this passage from the General Scholium at the end of the Principia, where Newton says, I have not as yet been able to deduce from phenomena the reason for these properties of gravity, and I do not feign hypotheses. That's the famous hypothesis non fingo line. And he goes on, for whatever is not deduced from the phenomena must be called a hypothesis. And hypotheses, whether metaphysical or physical or based on occult qualities or mechanical, have no place in experimental philosophy. Okay, so, he's very clearly telling us here that that speculation of any sort has no place in experimental philosophy. His expressed attitude, though, towards hypotheses often seems to be at odds with this. With other aspects of his work. And so, for example, in the Optics and in the Principia, the very same text in which he makes these methodological claims against using hypotheses, we find explicitly labeled hypotheses being used in his work. And in addition to this, both of these works contain kind of extended speculative metaphysical discussions. In the General Scholium, in the Principia, we find these in the General Scholium, as well as things like the Scholium on space and time at the beginning of the book. And in the Optics, we find this in the Queries at the end. Also, going beyond his published work, we find Newton kind of engaging in metaphysical discussions in his notes and manuscripts. So this famous text is called De Gravitatione, after the opening words of the manuscript. And here Newton famously does a lot of metaphysics. And of course, we also find this in some of his alchemical texts. This one's of nature's laws and processes in vegetation, where we find again lots of speculative metaphysics. So while Newton rails against hypotheses and speculative metaphysics, they seem to find their way into much of his written work. And so Newton's commentators seem to face a dilemma. Either they need to take Newton's metaphysical speculation seriously and downplay the sincerity of his methodological claims, or they should take Newton's methodological claims at face value and downplay the significance of the metaphysical speculations. It seems difficult. We can't really take them both seriously while maintaining that Newton is being consistent. So people have kind of dealt with this dilemma in a bunch of different ways. And so, for example, Catherine Brading's solution is to kind of say, well, look, the mechanics has implications, that the physics has implications for the metaphysics and vice versa. So Newton isn't really, and so we can kind of make sense of some of the metaphysical claims just as following from the physical claims. She says, quote, various metaphysical aspects of matter theory, such as whether bodies have actual parts, become entangled with the details of the physics. So this is how she makes sense of this. Howard Stein offered a different kind of solution, where he said that Newton had a remarkable capacity for multiple vision. And so the idea here was that Newton kind of was working with both the physics and the metaphysics kind of in sight at the same time, although the two were kind of at different levels of the inquiry and didn't really come together. And so he says that Newton had a disciplined ability to entertain conceptions at more than one level. But the problem with these kinds of solutions, and I'm poking particularly at Howard Stein's solution here, but I think the same thing can be said for a lot of other kinds of solutions to this problem, that the solution tells us nothing about the connections between these different levels. And I don't think it's a very helpful way of seeing what Newton is doing. So I want to offer a different solution to this, which is that we should examine Newton's metaphysics in practice and see what role it plays in his work. And that might help us to understand these methodological claims about hypotheses better. Taking my inspiration here from a kind of fairly recent trend, I guess, in the philosophy of science called philosophy of science in practice. So traditionally, philosophers of science focused on the content, discovery, and justification of knowledge. And similarly, Newton's commentators have focused on the content, validation, and consistency of Newton's metaphysics. In other words, we treat Newton's metaphysics as part of the content of his scientific theories. But the new practice, the new philosophy of science in practice movement, is concerned more with science in the making. They recognize that that there are many other things that are of philosophical significance within scientific practice, and so they're interested in the daily practice. What is it that scientists actually do on a daily basis? They're interested in the processes of inquiry, not just the outcomes of those inquiries or the justification of those outcomes. They're interested in the institutional settings in which science is practiced. They're interested in the social dynamics among investigators and the world beyond the immediate context of inquiry, and so on. And the thought is that each of these features of scientific practice has a role to play in shaping the outcome of that inquiry. There is scope for approaching the history of science in this way. Of course, it is difficult to, philosophers of science in practice, if they're wanting to find out about present day scientific practice, can go into a lab, or they can interview scientists, and they can, actually observe what scientists are doing and conduct ethnographies and all this sort of stuff. Of course, we can't do that when we're thinking about scientists like Isaac Newton, but we can go into the archives and we can have a look at other documents that kind of give us, that contain traces of evidence about things like the daily practice and processes of inquiry and institutional settings and things like that. And so I propose that we should focus not just on the content of Newton's metaphysics, but how it's discussed and developed and what roles it plays in Newton's work. And I think that this approach will yield two important insights. At least that's what I'm going to argue today. First, when we look at Newton's metaphysics in practice, we find that his metaphysics is not part of the content of his scientific theories. Rather, it provides an instrument for investigating natural phenomena. And so it scaffolds the inquiry. We should think about it as one of the tools that Newton has at his disposal to increase his reach into the phenomena that he's investigating. The second thing that we find is that the fundamental distinction in Newton's natural philosophical work isn't the distinction between physics and metaphysics, when we understand these two terms as kind of different levels of explanation about the world. It rather is a distinction between theories and hypotheses, and these should be understood as propositions that play complementary roles in scientific inquiry. Okay, so how am I going to do this? First, I'm going to give you my account of the role of hypotheses in Newton's work in a very kind of broad sense. Then I'm going to look at a case study in quite a lot of detail. I'm going to look at the role of Newton's development of the concept of a corpuscle. And then I'm going to give you some lessons from that case. Okay, so let's start with the role of hypotheses. To understand this, I'll start with Newton's theory of light, actually, because this is kind of a way of illustrating what the distinction is. So in Newton's first optical paper, he announced that he had discovered a new property of light, refrangibility. So refrangibility, it's a made-up word. Newton made it up. It means it refers to the disposition of light to refract. So if you take a prism and you take a beam, a small beam of white light, and put it through that prism, project it, you find that that light separates into its different degrees or dispositions to refract, so its different refrangibilities. So this is what this property is. Each part of the light has its own has a different disposition to refract. He also then mapped refrangibility to color, and he said that there's a one-to-one correspondence between refrangibility and spectral color. And so refrangibility and color became two properties of light. Okay, so in his first paper, and actually he does the same thing pretty much in book 1 of the Optics, he gives us this kind of argument where he starts with the premise that white light is composed of rays of every refrangibility. He then defends a second premise that there's a one-to-one correspondence between refrangibility and spectral color. And then together these give him his conclusion that white light is composed of rays of every spectral color. Okay, having established that white light is a heterogeneous mixture of rays that have different properties, he then draws an epistemic distinction. He gives us first, he claims, like I've said, that white light is a heterogeneous mixture of rays. And he says that this is something that is certain. He says it's not a hypothesis. So he says, for what I shall tell concerning colors is not a hypothesis, but most rigid consequence, not conjectured by barely inferring 'tis thus because not otherwise, or because it satisfies all phenomena, but evinced by the mediation of experiments, concluding directly and without any suspicion of doubt. Near the end of that paper, he also makes another claim. He tells us that white light is a substance, as opposed to a property or a vibration or a pressure in the ether or something like that, or a wave. It's a substance. It's probably made up of corpuscles. But more or less, as soon as he makes this claim, he says, but I'm not going to go any further down this route. I shall not mingle conjectures with certainties. And so the subtext here is that the claim that light is a substance is a conjecture. It's speculation. Okay, and so now we have these two terms. We've got, on the one hand, the claims like this one, that white light is that light is a substance. These are hypotheses for Newton. And claims like this one, that white light is a heterogeneous mixture of rays, is a theory. So for Newton, theories are things that are demonstrated via observation and experiment, whereas hypotheses are things that are acquired via speculation. Theories are certain. They are things that have been deduced from experiment, and so we can be certain about them. Hypotheses are not certain. At best, hypotheses are highly probable, but actually it turns out, and as we'll see, Newton, the truth or otherwise of hypotheses is not even at issue. That's not even what they're being introduced for. They're not truth tracking at all, or at least that's not even part of what they're about. And finally, theories are things that generally concern the observable, measurable properties of a phenomenon, whereas hypotheses often concern the underlying nature of the phenomenon, so they're metaphysical. Okay, and Newton kind of distances himself from hypotheses a lot of the time. He says, look, the goal of his inquiries are to establish theories. He says to examine how colors may be thus explained hypothetically is beside my purpose. I never intended to show wherein consists the nature and difference of colors, but only to show that de facto they are original and immutable qualities of the rays which exhibit them. Okay, so this is how I think theories and hypotheses interact. So I'll explain what I think the sort of trajectory is in Newton's methodology. So Newton starts from experiment. He's a, good experimental philosopher most of the time. And he says, look, if we've got a really good experiment, that experiment should give us certainty. We should be able to be certain about, we should be compelled to assent to a proposition if the experiment from which we're deducing that proposition is good enough. those propositions that we have certainty about because they're deduced from experiment, those are theories. And of course, then we've got hypotheses. And hypotheses interact in some sense. They provide a kind of supporting role in that trajectory from experiment to certain theory. And I'll explain that in a bit more detail now. So first, Newton tells us that hypotheses aren't allowed to constrain our theorizing. And secondly, they're not allowed to influence our epistemic attitude towards theories. They're supposed to purely support the inquiry. So as Newton points out here, he says, should anyone conjecture from the possibility of a hypothesis to the truth of things, I cannot see how they would be able to determine certainty in any science, since numerous other hypotheses always can be invented, which shall seem to overcome new difficulties. And for this reason, I place aside improper arguments from the contemplation of hypotheses. So the idea here is that for any given theory, for any given kind of account of the properties of something, of the properties of light, for example, there's always going to be lots of different hypotheses you can come up with that kind of give that account some sort of underlying metaphysics. And so there's no reason to think that any one particular hypothesis is going to be the true one or the right one. They're going to be underdetermined. And so he says, so that we need to avoid contemplating hypotheses for this kind of reason. He says something, so that first quote came from a letter that Newton wrote to Hooke in 1672, so when he's still working out his new theory of light and colors. But in 1713, when Newton was writing, was preparing the second edition of the Principia for print, he kind of echoes this kind of sentiment. He writes to Roger Coates, who was the editor of the second edition of the Principia. One may suppose that bodies may, by an unknown power, be perpetually accelerated, and so reject the first law of motion. One may suppose that God can create a penetrable body, and so reject the impenetrability of matter. But to admit of such hypotheses in opposition to rational propositions founded upon phenomena by induction is to destroy all arguments taken from phenomena by induction and all principles founded upon such arguments. And therefore, as I regard not hypotheses in explaining the phenomena of nature, so I regard them not in opposition to arguments founded upon phenomena by induction or to the principles settled upon such arguments. In arguing for any principle or proposition from phenomena by induction, hypotheses are not to be considered. The argument holds good until some phenomenon can be produced against it. Okay, so the point of showing you these two different quotes is to show that this is really an enduring feature of Newton's method or methodology. Okay, so what are hypotheses to be used for then, if they're not to be used in guiding us in our acceptance of theories? Well, Newton says, again, so this passage comes from a letter that Newton wrote a couple of years after he first defended his theory of light and colors, where he wrote a paper where he kind of developed his hypothesis. He says, I have observed the heads of some great virtuosos to run much upon hypotheses, as if my discourses wanted a hypothesis to explain them by, and found that some, when I could not make them take my meaning when I spake of the nature of light and colors abstractedly, have readily apprehended it when I illustrated my discourse by hypothesis. Okay, so here he's telling us that hypotheses are allowed to be used to kind of explicate or illustrate theories. Sometimes he kind of thinks that sometimes, if you're sort of contemplating a really abstract theory, it's going to be quite difficult to really kind of grasp how the theory works and what it is. And so he said, well, look, sometimes you might want to kind of use a hypothesis to almost like an analogy or something to kind of give a sense of how it is that the mechanics is going to work. So if I'm worrying about whether it really makes sense to sort of think of white light as being a heterogeneous mixture of rays of different colors, Newton says, well, look, imagine that those bits of light are kind of, really, really small particles, like particles of sand or something. And now imagine how you could divide out sand into sort of different categories, different colors, and then you could mix them back together again and stuff like that. And so that's supposed to kind of help you to understand what the theory is about, but you're not supposed to kind of really believe the hypothesis or think about it as part of the content of the theory. And of course, the point here is that, as he says, you can always come up with any number of hypotheses that will do that work for you. I mean, some are going to do the work better than others. Some are going to be completely inappropriate. But as he puts it, I knew that the properties which I declared of light were in some measure capable of being explicated, not only by that, but by many other mechanical hypotheses. Okay, here's another use for them. And again, this is a letter that Newton wrote to parties in 1672 to defend his theory again. And he says, look, hypotheses ought to be brought forward only to explicate the properties of things and not to be unlawfully assumed. So he uses the term usuparity here in determining them, except insofar as they may furnish experiments. Okay, so here the idea is that hypotheses are allowed to be employed to help reveal new phenomena. They can be used to suggest new experiments, things like that. They can kind of scaffold the experimental process. Importantly, hypotheses are only temporary. If you introduce a hypothesis to illustrate a theory, you need to make it clear that that hypothesis is not to be considered part of the theory. It's just being used to kind of help people to understand the theory, to make it intelligible. If you introduce a hypothesis to help you suggest an experiment, the goal there is for that experiment then to produce new phenomena, new measurements that will then stand on their own without that hypothesis being required to kind of be assumed to understand those experiments. And so the final product, the theory, should be cleansed of all hypotheses. Okay. Luckily for us, though, Newton wasn't always entirely successful at cleansing his final theories from hypotheses, which leaves us with some very helpful traces to be able to understand what's going on a bit better. And so now I'm going to look at how it is that Newton used hypotheses, developed the hypothesis of a corpuscle in order to kind of develop his theory of light. Okay. In his earliest publications on optics, or in his earliest publication on optics, as we saw, Newton argued that light is a substance. So he defended this in the following way. So the idea is that he noted that when you look at an object like a chair or something like that, what you're seeing is light that is reflecting from that chair into your eyes. And so the blueness of a chair, for example, is not blueness that's really in the object itself. The blueness is in the light that's being reflected off that chair. Okay, so he made this claim. I'll break it down into sections so we can kind of get the idea of it. Okay, so first he weighs into a really important metaphysical discussion that is going on at the time about whether there are colors in the dark. And he says, in light of what he has discovered about the composition of white light, that is the heterogeneity of white light, he says these things being so, it can no longer be disputed whether there be colors in the dark or whether they be qualities of the objects we see, nor know perhaps whether light be a body. Okay, so he's claiming here that light is a body, it's a substance. He's working with a very thin notion of substance here. Substance for Newton in this passage is something that does not depend on other things for its existence and is the bearer of or instantiates qualities. So it's just substance is kind of, in some sense, the thing that individuates qualities, or it's the thing on which qualities hang in order to make them properties of something or qualities of something. Okay, then he says, for since colors are the qualities of light, having its rays for their entire and immediate subject, how can we think those rays qualities also, unless one quality may be the subject of and sustain another, which is in effect to call it substance? And so he's telling us that since color is a quality or property of light, we should consider light to be a substance. That is, light should be a thing that has qualities. Then he goes on, we should not know bodies for substances were it not for their sensible qualities. And the principle of those being now found due to something else, we have as good reason to believe that to be a substance also. So the point here he's making here is that since we recognize substance by its sensible qualities, such as color, so we recognize a chair as a substance, because it's got qualities to it. It's got hardness, it's got form, it's got color, and so on. And so we recognize it as a substance because of its sensible qualities. And so we should recognize that light is a substance too, because it too has sensible qualities. Okay, so the long and the short of it here is that light performs the substance role with respect to color qualities. This is what Newton is telling us. He does not use this idea of light being a substance to attribute any properties to light beyond the ones that he has empirically established, namely refrangibility and color. Okay, so we should think of this as a concept differentiation rather than Newton doing any real ontological work here. The substance attribute distinction was one that was widely accepted at the time, and Newton is essentially co-opting that distinction to show that the traditional classification of light as a quality doesn't make conceptual sense, given the empirical evidence that he has to hand. So whatever his reasons for introducing the substance discussion at this point, it's not to kind of improve the explanation of colored bodies, which he already regards as kind of entire and adequate. And so that's what he says here. He says that this is the entire and adequate cause of their colors, the colors of bodies, as manifest, because they have no power to change or alter the color of any sort of rays incident apart, but put on all colors indifferently with which they are enlightened. Okay, so we get a bit more metaphysical speculation in Newton's later paper, his 1675 paper. Okay, so in his 1675 paper and also in book 2 of the Optics, Newton wants to develop a theory of colored bodies. What he wants to do is to be able to explain how, in virtue of what it is that, say, the blue chair reflects all and only the blue light. And he kind of, I mean, he first, in some of his earlier work, he sort of tries to look at whether just refrangibility can do this work for him, whether he can explain it that way. And he finds that it doesn't really work. So then he starts looking around for other optical phenomena that might kind of offer a clue. And he refers to these as observations on thin plates. It's now known as Newton's rings. It's an interference phenomenon. So it's the phenomenon where you get a bunch of kind of concentric circles of light reflecting off a surface. You often find it, you might see it in kind of puddles where, when the sun's shining off a puddle on the ground or off a pool of water in the right way, you'll see, some concentric rings of light. You find it also in sort of badly made double pane windows and things like that, when the two surfaces of the window aren't quite meeting properly. And again, when the sun shines on it at a certain angle, you'll get these kind of concentric rings of light. And so Newton's insight is that if we can explain interference phenomena, then he would be able to explain how bodies reflect particular colors. So his basic insight that light has inherent properties of color and refrangibility wasn't enough to do this, so he developed a hypothesis. Okay, here's his hypothesis. His hypothesis kind of has 3 parts to it. He says there's an ethereal medium, and then there's light, which is separate, and the two of these things interact. So ether is a thing that fills empty spaces, including the pores of solid substances. It vibrates, carrying sounds, scents, and light in it. And the vibrations differ in size, and this can kind of give rise to different kinds of sensations. Light is a substance propagated from lucid bodies, and it travels through ether. And the rays are physically heterogeneous, differing in size, shape, and velocity. And light warms the ether presses on the light, and this is how the two of them interact. And the separation of the two things is really important for Newton. He says, I suppose light is neither this ether nor its vibrating motion, but something of a different kind propagated from lucid bodies. Okay, so then Newton carried out a bunch of experiments in order to establish a new phenomenon, periodicity. So he started with this phenomenon was pretty it was kind of pretty messy, right? He started with kind of his first experiments, he just kind of grabbed two prisms together and kind of mashed them together, tried to kind of press them together as tight as he could so that the two surfaces would meet, and he sort of tried to study the phenomena that way, but he wasn't getting a very regular phenomenon. And so eventually he had the kind of insight that what he needed was if he could take a perfectly flat piece of glass, and then he could take a lens with a known curvature to it that was kind of flat on one side and a perfect spherical curve on the other side, and he could place them together. And that allowed him to generate, really, really regular interlocking, really, really regular concentric circles of light. And this allowed him to establish this new phenomenon, periodicity. Okay, so he did all these investigations, he did all these measurements, carefully, painstakingly measured and drew the different circles and so on. And eventually what he realized was that there was that the diameter of the circles was proportional to the kind of gap between the two layers of glass, what he called the thin plate. Sorry, I'm very distracted. There's the people next door seem to be drilling something. Anyway, hopefully you guys can't hear it. Okay, yeah, so he realized that there was this relationship between these two things, the diameter of the ring and the distance between the two plates. Okay, and that led him to kind of explore this kind of further. He realized that you get different circles if you look at the sort of setup from the top versus the bottom, and you get different colors, right? So these rings were often, if you looked at them carefully enough, you'd find that they were kind of repeating colors. And so what you find, what this figure here tells us is that when you can see, say, a red circle on the top layer, you can't see a red circle on the bottom layer, and so on. And so they were sort of different patterns. Okay, he also used he would kind of isolate just red light, and he so he examined what the rings look like when you're just looking at with one color through this setup. And so he did this with kind of different colors, and what he found was well, he drew this kind of figure, where what we find here is that light, when you shine light of a certain color onto the thin plate, it either reflects or it is transmitted through the two layers, but never both at the same time. And this is what gives you these very, very regular periodic rings of light. And this is what he concluded. He said, "From thence the origin of these rings is manifest, namely that the air between the glasses, according to its various thickness, is disposed in some places to reflect and in others to transmit the light of any one color, and in the same place to reflect that of one color where it transmits that of another." Okay, so now he had established his periodicity. Now he wanted to explain why light refracts and reflects very, very regularly in this way. Okay, so this is when he turned to his hypothesis, and he drew an analogy really here, and he said, well, look, imagine that you're throwing stones into a pool of water. Well, they would create ripples, right? They create these concentric ripples of like vibrations of water. Okay, and that that looks a bit like a familiar phenomenon when you're thinking about these rings of light. And so he's now thinking about light causing a vibration in the ether, and he says, well, what would happen to the light if it's traveling with that vibration? Right, and he called this kind of vibration a pulse. Okay, and then he started thinking about what would happen with the light, and he said, well, it could be like the light kind of gets caught in a wave. So if any of you have ever tried I don't know, surfing, or probably even just spending some time in the ocean, you would know that, if you swim out a little bit from the shore, if you get caught in a wave, if you manage to catch a wave, it'll sort of pull you back to the shore with it. If you don't catch a wave, you might get kind of pushed further out to sea, or at least you don't get pulled in. And so he started thinking about light like this. If light gets kind of caught in the vibration or caught with the pulse, then it's going to get kind of pulled through to the next, to the next surface. And if the light kind of finds itself not caught with the wave, but kind of working against the wave, it's going to kind of be reflected back out, was the thought. Okay. And so then this allowed him to say, well, like the vibration is expanding and contracting just like a wave does. This is why sometimes the light can get kind of carried through with that vibration, and sometimes it gets stopped. And so he decided that this pulse was the distance or period between expansion and contraction of a wave. And he said one pulse is going to lead to the light being reflected. 2 pulses is going to lead to the light being transmitted. 3 pulses is going to give you reflection, and so on. And this is where you get this kind of extremely regular periodic reflection and refraction going on. And importantly, each color excites pulses of a different length in the ether. There's just at the very least one problem with this. Really, you can see there's a really kind of nice account building here, but how do you detect a pulse? Well, Newton thought that a pulse was indicated by the regularity of the phenomenon. So he'd already noted that there's a relationship between the diameter of the circles and the thickness at that point in the thin plate. Another thing that Newton had noticed was that at the very center of the setup, when the 2 plates are perfectly touching, and so there's no space between them, light is transmitted. So light is transmitted when the 2 surfaces touch, and then it's reflected, and periodically after that. And so Newton was able to figure out that the smallest ring indicates the smallest gap required for reflection. And so, so that small gap is the measure of one pulse. And Newton was able to figure out what this, how thick this was, like what this distance is, what one pulse is for any given color, because he could calculate it based on the known sphericity of his lens, because he had ground the lens himself and knew what the thickness would be. So a pulse became a unit of measurement. So reflection occurs, for example, when the distance equals 1, 3, 5, 7, etc. pulses, and transmission occurs when the distance equals 2, 4, 6, 8, etc. pulses. So what we've seen here is that Newton took a vague metaphysical concept, neither observable nor measurable directly, and attaching it to an empirical effect, clearly defined it. In other words, he operationalized it. Okay, so now I'll show you how this account develops from its initial conception in 1665 through to its publication in the Optics in 1704. Okay, so in 1665, Newton already had this idea that that there was a pulse, that the vibrating medium had a pulse to it. So we find this kind of language here. In 1675, when Newton is writing about his hypothesis to the Royal Society, we see sort of similar language. At this point, he's thinking about the condensation and expansion of waves, and so on. So we see this kind of, we see that he's using this metaphysics to explain his rings, to explain the rings. In 1690, by 1619, Newton had a full draft of the optics that he in fact sent to the printers, or sent to the publishers. And in that, he tells us this. He says the vibrations excited by the more refrangible rays are shorter than those excited by the less refrangible ones. So again, we've got this, vibrations being excited and so on. And we've got this, the length of the vibrations and all this kind of language. So we've still got this kind of heavily hypothesis-laden language. Newton withdrew that version of the optics from publication. And there was a gap of 14 years where he rewrote book 2, in which he develops this account. The rest of the book is was published pretty much the same, but book 2 was like a lot of it was changed. And so finally in 1704, when it was published, here's the account that we got from Newton. This is proposition 12 from book 2, part 3, where he finally gets to the point. He says, every ray of light in its passage through any refracting surface is put into a certain transient constitutional state, which is the progress of the ray, which in the progress of the ray returns at equal intervals and disposes the ray at every return to be easily transmitted through the next refracting surface, and between the returns to be easily reflected by it. So that makes no sense. It probably doesn't make any sense to you guys. It didn't to the readers of the optics. This kind of seems a bit like nonsense, but this is how Newton had kind of eventually developed a theory which wasn't so reliant on a hypothesis. It doesn't really make sense. But he kind of recognized that it wasn't going to make sense, and so he included this explanation right after he explains that, right after he introduces that proposition. Okay, he says, well, look, this kind of disposition, I'm not interested in what the metaphysics of this disposition is, what is its nature or whatever. I'm not interested in that. However, those who are averse from assenting to these kinds of theories without, may for the present suppose. And so then he gives us a hypothesis. He says, as stones falling upon water, put the water into an undulating motion, bodies by percussion excite vibrations in the air, and so on. So he gives us, again, these are kind of familiar, these are kind of analogies to the idea of light creating vibration in an ether. Okay, and then he says, so the rays of light excite vibrations, they agitate the solid parts of the refracting or reflecting body. Okay, and then he goes on, the vibrations thus excited are propagated in the air for causing sound, and they move faster than the rays as to overtake them. Okay, and so he's kind of like the rays will kind of, I'll go back to that previous point, that the vibrations are propagated through the air or through the ether, and the light rays, if the light is traveling, the vibrations will move faster than the light and overtake them. And then he says, when any ray is in that part of the vibration which conspires with its motion, it easily breaks through a refracting surface. But when it is contrary to the part of the vibration which impedes its motion, it is easily reflected. And by consequence, that every ray is successively disposed to be easily reflected or easily transmitted by every vibration which overtakes it. Okay, so that account is familiar to us because I've just told you about it before. He's basically given us exactly the account that as a hypothesis that he had worked really hard to kind of extract from the theoretical content of the theory, of his theory of light and colors. As soon as he finishes that explanation, he says this, he says, but whether this hypothesis be true or false, I do not here consider. I content myself with the bare discovery that the rays of light are, by some cause or other, alternately disposed to be reflected or refracted from many vicissitudes. And then, to really signal that this is the end of the discussion of the hypothesis, he introduces a new definition. He says the returns of the disposition of any ray to be reflected, I will call its fits of easy reflection, and those of its disposition to be transmitted, its fits of easy transmission, and the space it passes between every return and the next return, the interval of its fits. And the rest of this book of the optics is focused on the interval of fits and using that as a way of predicting what color will appear at different points. And so, so Newton used, so the long and the short of this is that Newton used the hypothesis of ethereal vibrations to posit a physical cause for the observed pattern of colored rings. He posited an ethereal pulse. He displayed no epistemic commitment to the hypothesis itself, and instead he operationalized the concept. This gave him a new unit of measurement, an interval of fits, and a way of formalizing and abstracting the explanation of the thin plates. So he developed his theory of fits. He then used the new unit, the interval of fits, to explain his earlier observations. He developed, I won't go into the details of what that graph shows, but he also used his interval of fits to unify several optical phenomena. So he was able to draw together the kind of colors that you see in a sphere, in a kind of glass sphere. So kind of what he termed a thick plate. He talked about the kind of rainbow colors that you see in raindrops and even in rainbows, and also the kind of the rings of colored light that you see if you stare at the sun too long and things like that. And he argued that the reason why the surfaces of all thick, transparent bodies reflect part of the light incident on them and refract the rest is that some rays in their incidence are in fits of easy reflection and others in their fits of easy transmission. So the color of a body depends entirely on the size and density of its corpuscles, is the upshot of this. And he writes that from these propositions, it is easy to collect the intervals of the fits of easy reflection and easy transmission of any sort of rays refracted in any angle onto any medium, and thence to know whether the rays shall be reflected or transmitted at their subsequent incidence upon any other pellucid medium. This ended up being a quite predictively strong theory. And it ended up being used to make predictions about the size and shape of other bodies and things like that. It ended up being quite good, even though by today's standards, we just don't think it's right at all. Okay, I'm going to move on to, I think I've given you, I do have quite a lot more to tell you about this hypothesis, but I think I should, given the time, I'm just going to move down to and just give you move to my conclusions. I think that's probably the best thing to do. Okay, so my lessons from this case. It's tempting to think that Newton's metaphysics is somewhat fundamental to his physics. That's what people think. And Newton's commentators complain that his metaphysics is inconsistent and incomplete, and it's at odds with his explicit methodology. It's inconsistent in that, in some places, Newton seems to be talking about the fact that there's an ethereal medium that permeates empty spaces. But then in other places, he tells us that, but then in other places, but then in other places, he's talking about how there is kind of empty space. So it's not surprising, though, once we attend to the role of metaphysics in Newton's natural philosophy, that there are these kinds of inconsistencies and incompletenesses. So in our case study, Newton's metaphysical speculation was based on the capacity of certain kinds of entities and processes to support properties he had experimentally established. His hypotheses were developed through a complex process of reasoning from observed effects to underlying causes, drawing analogies with other known causes and effects, and so on. But unless the hypothesis was being used as a possibility of proof or a scaffold for his experimental or empirical inquiry, he wasn't interested in developing it further. This means that often his metaphysics was incomplete, or his hypotheses were incomplete. They were also extremely local. They only ever really applied to the case that he was working on at that point. Okay, so remember I said there were going to be two important insights from looking at Newton's metaphysics in practice. And so I said that his metaphysics wasn't the part of the content of the theories. And also I said that we would see that the fundamental distinction in Newton's work is actually a distinction between theories and hypotheses that are kind of working together, playing complementary roles in scientific inquiry. So what we find, the upshot of this is that Newton's metaphysical speculation is not directly concerned with what the world is actually like. Rather, it allows him to design empirical approaches which themselves reveal the world's structure and nature. Okay, you might worry that I haven't really talked about Newton's metaphysics. Rather, I've focused on a case of empirically focused speculation, let's call it. It's true that I'm working with a kind of anachronistic notion of metaphysics. So in the early modern period, metaphysics connotes Aristotelian notions of first causes. So there's a typo there. And that's not really what I'm working on. But I think there is a precedent for thinking about this stuff as metaphysics for Newton. Anachronistically, we might understand metaphysics as the discussion of general features of the constitution of the world and the principles of inquiry into the nature of reality. And I think that Newton's speculations on the nature of light fit this understanding of metaphysics. Also, I think there's a precedent among Newton's commentators for using the term metaphysics to refer to things like Newton's speculations on the nature of light. Okay, I started with a dilemma. And I think my approach to dealing with Newton's metaphysics in practice could yield two kinds of claims. There's a kind of a weak version, there's a weak claim I could make here, and there's a stronger claim. So the weak claim is that one way of resolving the dilemma is to focus on the methodological role played by metaphysical speculations in Newton's scientific practice. The stronger claim is that once we focus on the methodological role played by metaphysical speculations in Newton's scientific practice, the dilemma resolves. Sorry, the dilemma dissolves. I haven't yet decided which one of these two things I want to argue for. Note that this is not an argument against taking Newton's metaphysics seriously. Rather, it's an argument for how to approach Newton's metaphysics. So I think it's a mistake to treat Newton's corpuscular hypothesis as part of the content of his theory of light. And I think by the same token, it's a mistake to treat ether as part of Newton's theory of universal gravitation. And it might turn out to be a mistake to treat absolute space as part of Newton's mechanics. And that is the end. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Kirsten, for this wonderful talk. I really enjoy it. And now we have some time for the discussion. So please raise your hand. I have Robert and then Dubian. Yes, please, Robert. Let me see if we have, yes, you can open your mic. Is that right, Yvette? Well, maybe Dubian then, because
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Kristen, for your very, very interesting talk. I have two questions. One about your stimulating thesis about Newton's metaphysics. And the other one is more methodological about your integration of HPS and philosophy of science in practice in order to do historical work.
Yeah,
So
great.
my first question is you mainly focus on the optics, and this is an analytic work. I mean, it applies the methods of analysis rather than synthesis, unlike Newton's Principia, right? And my question is whether do you consider that Newton's metaphysical hypothesis play the same role you are attributing to them, namely the role of inquiry scaffolding in synthesis, not just in the process of analysis, of discovering general or establishing general empirical principles from particular observations and phenomena. That
Yeah.
does make sense?
Yeah, that does. Yeah, that does. Okay, I haven't worked out the details of this in relation to some of the things that go on in the Principia in the same kind of, to the same level that I have with the optics. But my sense is that we find hypotheses playing a range of different kinds of supportive roles in a lot of Newton's reasoning. So in this case, so in this case, I've shown you a case where the hypotheses. Well, so I think the hypotheses are playing. It's not just a discovery role. right here. It's not just that these hypotheses are kind of being used to kind of suggest new experiments, or to kind of suggest new ways of extracting evidence from empirical situations. We've also, hypotheses are also, I think in this case, the hypothesis is also in some sense scaffolding the development of the theory. As for whether the hypothesis is still in use on the other side of that, if because there is some, I think the second step that I kind of illustrated very briefly at the end of that case study was that it does play a synthetic role too for Newton in book 2 of the Optics, where he uses his theory of fits to then as a predictor for other phenomena and things like that. And yeah, I mean, he takes himself to be just using the theory at that point, rather than using hypotheses. So sorry, this is very much me thinking out loud about how this works. So I think maybe what I've given you here is, yeah, a case where hypotheses are being used in the kind of analytic step, or in the analysis step, and we might not see it so much in the synthesis step. But I'm not sure that I want that to be my final answer on this. I'm just trying to think. There are places in the Principia where Newton introduces a hypothesis during a synthesis phase, I think. And these things provide some sort of temporary scaffolding that allow him to kind of push through to the next calculation and things like that. So yeah, I think my answer ultimately is I'm not sure. I need to work through the details. Sorry.
Thank you. It's clearer for me. And the second question is about using the approach of the philosophy of science in practice to do historical research. It's very interesting for me because I find a common ground between today's history of science and the philosophy of focus on practice, which is to study science in the making of science, right? And it involves
Yeah.
paying attention to social context, material culture, epistemic activities, and so on and so forth. And my question is, what do you think about the possible productive conversation with mainstream history of science, which is a bit separated from conservative HPS? Because if we adopt the philosophy of science in practice to do HPS, but the philosophy of science in practice investigates science in terms of the making of science, but professional historians of science are also studying science in such terms. So why not to include professional history of science for doing HPS work? What do you think?
I mean, I do think that often when we, philosophers of science, let's say, who with a historical bent, come along and say, hey, we should be thinking about the institutional context in which science is produced. We're basically when we try to tell historians of science that, we're basically trying to teach grandma to suck eggs. I don't know if actually that's an expression beyond Australia. We're telling them something that they've been doing for decades, and they're like, yeah, no shit, we should be, of course. Why haven't you guys been doing this for ages? And so I think there is a sense in which the philosophers of science are the ones that really need that lesson, not so much the historians of science. I mean, I think what we bring to the table when we HPS people, or philosophers of science kind of start doing this work, is that we're bringing in, like, philosophers of science always bring in a more kind of normative attitude towards looking at the development of science, and so we bring different kinds of questions to our historical studies. And so I think there's kind of room for all of us to be doing this kind of work. And I think we're doing it with a different lens, I think is probably the way to think about it. I guess I'm kind of I think I kind of take a fairly ecumenical view of this. I'm sort of some sort of pluralist about this. I think that there's probably not one right way to be doing this kind of history or like using the history. I think there are a bunch of wrong ways to be doing it. We can, you know, we certainly should avoid being appropriationists if at all possible. We should avoid trying to use, you know, history as toy cases and playing fast and loose with the historical details. And I think there's a whole lot of things that we shouldn't be doing. But I think also, I think there's a lot of different ways of bringing insights like the material turn and the practice turn and so on into our work as HPS people in ways that, yeah, that I think are kind of helpful for philosophers to be knowing about. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Robert?
Hi, I'd like to apologize for not being able to. I was trying to get the video on and didn't realize that I didn't have the audio on.
No problem.
But thanks for calling on me. This is a very interesting topic. I have a question and then I think a comment. And the question, to preface it, if we look at the various editions of the Principia, I fail to understand why Newton uses the term hypothesis in the places that he does. So what we find in the second and third edition at the beginning of book 3 are the rules of reasoning in experimental philosophy, and then various phenomena, which are really Kepler laws as applied to moons of planets and the planets themselves. But in the first edition, all of these are listed as hypotheses, along with the hypothesis that the center of the world is at rest. And in later editions, that survives as a hypothesis, but it's not really a bit of speculative metaphysics. I mean, what it's used then in order to derive that it's the center of mass of the solar system that is at rest, not the sun or the earth as everybody had previously supposed. And furthermore, he says this is a hypothesis that everyone accepts. Okay, so how do we make sense out of this change in usage of hypothesis or different uses of the term hypothesis in an official capacity? And then the part that I would like to argue on, that absolute space does not play a role or is not part of the theory of mechanics. To the extent that Newton wants to track true versus merely apparent motion, I mean, the conclusions that he arrives at in book 3 concern true motions. So if you think that absolute space is needed, as Newton did, in order to underwrite the notion of true motion, then it's a part of the theory.
Yeah, those are really good questions. Okay, so I'll start with the changing of the labeling, like, you know, the labeling of hypotheses in the Principia. And you're right that, I mean, the key thing here, I think, is that the first edition of the Principia, opening as it does with a list of hypotheses, is really an outlier, right? You know, that's the only place in Newton's published work where you ever see a list of hypotheses like that. I think that at that point, I mean, because already, so, you know, the first edition, I'm just saying this for maybe people that aren't familiar quite with all the dates on this. The first edition of the Principia is published in, what, 1686. And the optical work that I was talking about when Newton is talking about how we shouldn't use hypotheses, a lot of that comes from 1672. So that's, you know, so Newton already has these views about hypotheses when he's doing optics, well before he publishes the Principia. And yet in the Principia, there's all these hypotheses. So I think that, and then by 1713, when Newton publishes the second edition of the Principia, he's relabeled all of those propositions as other things, except with a couple of exceptions. And so he turns all of the claims he's made about or all of his empirical claims about the patterns of patterns of motion of the celestial bodies, he now calls them phenomena. All of his claims about that are kind of rules of inference, he's now called them rules of philosophizing, and so on. And then we get, like you said, a couple of outliers. There's the that make these other kinds of claims. I think that what has happened there is that when Newton initially wrote the Principia, he didn't conceive of it as being kind of methodologically on a par with either his early optical work or with the kind of experimental philosophy that was going on at the Royal Society. And so because he doesn't use any of the kind of rhetoric there about anti-hypotheses, that other people at the Royal Society are doing. But I think that by the time he was preparing the second edition for publication, I think he had kind of realized that actually he'd be better off making this look more like a work of experimental philosophy. It could have been that Roger Coates had something to do with this, helping him to see that actually, you could bring these two works kind of into, make them much more similar, or, make them match much more methodologically by just kind of thinking more carefully about how the term hypothesis was being used or something like that. So that's why I think that maybe that change of labeling happened. And so I think that the first edition is kind of a weird outlier. But you're right that there are also these hypotheses in, especially in book 3, but there's also at least one in book 2. And again, it's not really a metaphysical hypothesis, like you said. So I gave you kind of a really informal account of what I take to be the difference between a theory and hypothesis for Newton kind of early on in the talk. I sort of played a bit fast and loose with that. What I've done in my own work is to develop a definition that kind of, sorry, I'm blanking on my words. It's been quite loud here. So I've got a definition of hypothesis that's much more kind of broad than this, where I say, well, look, a hypothesis is either something that's kind of metaphysical in content, or speculative in content, or it's, and it kind of plays it's a bunch of different things. So I think the upshot of this for me is that not all hypotheses are metaphysical, but to be a hypothesis is to play a certain kind of role for Newton, and it's a role that's kind of a temporary scaffold in the account or in the inference or something like that. And that's definitely what we find in book 3 of the Principia, is that when Newton makes his, introduces hypothesis 1 to make the assumption that the center of the system is at rest. Is that what it is? Yeah. He's making an assumption. It's kind of a temporary scaffold. He's very clear that it doesn't really matter whether we're assuming that the center of the system of the world is at rest or whether it's moving. But it's going to be helpful for the calculations if we assume one or the other. Assuming it's at rest kind of makes the calculations easier, and it doesn't matter because we still get kind of, we get good enough results that way. So I think that that's what he's doing often with his hypothesis. I think that's the role that hypotheses are playing in the Principia for him. So yeah, they're not always metaphysical, but they do always play this kind of temporary scaffolding kind of role. As for whether or not absolute space is part of the content of the theory, again, I haven't yet kind of done the work to really think carefully about this, but I think that that in book 3, Newton is concerned with real motion as opposed to, or true motion as opposed to absolute motion. And And so I kind of think that maybe Emily de Châtelet was right about this, and that maybe all Newton really needed, he needs a fixed reference, but he doesn't need to make the metaphysical assumption about that absolute space exists in order to do what he is trying to do with it. But like I said, I don't think I'm in a position to defend that claim strongly. And I also know that you know a lot more about this than I do. Yeah, so I'm very interested to hear what you think about that.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by real motion, unless that's just true motion, and Newton thinks that true motion only makes sense if you have absolute space, if you have true space. Let's see. I tend to doubt what you said about the role of hypothesis one in the later editions, that it simplifies the calculations. And it's interesting in the thing that was never published during his life, the system of the world. When that finally does appear, that hypothesis shows up in a capacity. Of course, you don't have labeling of hypotheses and so on there, but when it's addressed, it's recognized that, according to Corollary 5, it's possible that the center of the mass of the world is in uniform motion, uniform inertial motion. But in the system of the world, it says, but to imagine this is a hypothesis that is, well, in the Latin, it's dura, which literally means hard. In an English translation that followed almost immediately afterwards, it says is not at all to be taken seriously, or is not at all reasonable. So there, it's a question not of making the calculations easier, but of really a picture of the system of the world.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Well,
I'll have to have more think about this, yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. María del Mar.
Thank you. Hi, Kirsten. It's very nice to see you, and thank you so much for the talk. I have a question, and it's, if I understood correctly, hypotheses have a role for Newton in which they are legitimate to, for example, convey scientific meaning, in the sense that we can use, for example, analogies or imagination to make the public understand easier what we're thinking about, while other having a simultaneous role of trying to propose new experiments. But however, we cannot use them to reach our final epistemic commitments about the certainty of how it is working in reality. If that's the case, I wonder if Newton is kind of facing a dead end when trying to face how human nature kind of tries to understand natural phenomena. I'm thinking about Cavendish here, for example, when she talks about natural sense and reason, and it's about imagination playing a crucial role in the constitution of human mind, as well as reason, in the sense that even if we try to kind of purge this speculative hypothesis at the end of our theoretical commitments, in the end, it appears that we cannot try to actually eliminate speculation completely, because trying to assume that if we can observe phenomena completely free from speculation in the way that we are going to interpret them and propose those results, I wonder if that's a little bit naive of Newton, and that maybe the clash that's coming in this apparent dilemma or confusion is to see how this part of the method in which you say, I can rely on these speculative parts, which are not going to be part of my final commitment, can actually lead to a final commitment, which is like pure or separate from those speculative parts of the method. So I was wondering what you thought about that kind of disconnect, and if you think that Newton might be a little bit naive about the actual role of speculation in natural philosophy. Also because I think that it is something that we can also see nowadays in how science is being practiced, as you mentioned about this new branch of science in practice, because sometimes you can see that some scientists are very naive about the role that this kind of imagination analogies and different images and even from fantasy can play in the way they observe natural phenomena. So I wanted to ask your opinion about that.
Yeah, I mean, really good question. I think I'm always hesitant to use the word naive when it comes to talking about Newton's methodology, but it's clear that it's clear that it's not always successful for him. And this is why I particularly like this kind of case for Newton. Like when I'm looking at Newton, because I think it is a case where he has tried to separate out the hypothesis. He's tried to kind of follow this methodology that I've extracted from his work. But it's been imperfect. He hasn't been able to extract the hypothesis. You can see evidence of it all over book 2 of the Optics. It's there. The final worked out theory is kind of almost impossible to understand if you don't know what he's actually thinking. But in addition to that, the hypothesis leads him wrong at the end of the day. One of the reasons why I mean, who knows what he could have figured out if he'd been working with a different hypothesis, but it's clear that he so one of the mistakes he makes is in thinking that the real action is going on between the two surfaces of the plate, like that it's the air, that it's those two surfaces that are touching the air that are the really key ones where the action is happening, where it turns out that it's actually on the far surface where the real action is sort of supposed to be happening. And so this leads him kind of down the wrong path. Like he's kind of measuring the wrong thing. And so it's not clear whether he could have done better if he had realized that, or if he'd had a different hypothesis. But it is definitely one of, like you say, it's a place where the I use this scaffolding is an analogy for what goes on in architecture or whatever. But the thing is that scaffolding in architecture kind of does constrain you, right? When you're building a new building and you put your kind of scaffolding up, your building can't go wildly beyond what the scaffolding is giving you, right? You can't, and I think it's the same with this kind of scaffolding that Newton is using, his metaphysical scaffolding that he's using to kind of try and understand this, where he can't, it constrains him to look at the phenomena in a certain kind of way and only make certain kinds of, observations. So, yeah, but I'm not sure if it's naive, because it's also incredibly, it was quite an impressive theory that he managed to develop. As for, you also said something really interesting about the role of kind of imagination and its relation to speculation. I'm not sure if I have anything very interesting to say about this yet. I have been doing a bit of work thinking about analogies. And I know, but the only place I can think of where Newton had anything really interesting to say about kind of imagination and fancy is actually in some of his kind of theological work. And I have not sort of gone down that rabbit hole to try and understand that stuff yet, unfortunately.
Great. Thank you so much, Kirsten.
Thank you. And we have time for one last question. Andres?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Hi, Professor Kirsten. Thank you so much for your talk. My question goes in the same way that Maria's, and I wonder if you may broaden your thesis to understand scientific practice in general. And so if I understand correctly, we might divide metaphysics and hypotheses from theories, being hypotheses like not so epistemically reliable, and theories like more epistemic reliable product, right? And so I'm wondering if this solution may takes us to a dilemma. And so if you admit Newton's metaphysics, then you have understanding of what the phenomenon is. but again, you have taken metaphysics, Newtonian metaphysics, and if you don't, then it seems that you don't have understanding. So it seems a case where if you take only the theory, you may have knowledge but not understanding. Shall we maybe broaden this to scientific practice in general? I mean, this is a question that maybe is not going in the same way as your presentation. I just want to know your insights about this.
Yeah, I think that when we look more carefully at things like Newton's work, and we start looking at the role of, say, experiment in kind of giving people knowledge of the world and things like that, I think we end up finding that that knowledge is a much kind of broader category of thing. Then we tend to think, okay, knowledge is going to be this thing that's kind of that's going to be propositional, it's going to be first person, it's going to be it can be justified or using sort of traditional proof methods and things like that. There's a sort of certain expectation you have when you go into someone like Newton's work. But then Newton does things like gives us kind of a proof by experiments in book 1 of the Optics, and where the kind of probative force of that proof is in experiencing the experiments. And there is a way in which Newton seems to think that kind of a really good experiment will give you certainty about some sort of proposition that's been deduced from that experiment. And I don't think that kind of certainty can be kind of captured using kind of formal propositional language or formal proofs. I think what's going on, sorry, excuse me, is that he has a kind of a notion of knowledge which is about kind of grasp of the phenomena, and kind of there's a really kind of experiential component to the way that Newton seems to be thinking about knowledge, especially in the Optics. I think there might be a lesson in that for other parts of scientific practice, although as I kind of said in my answer to Dubian, that I suspect that other philosophers of science in practice already have realized this about present day scientific practice. They're working with these kind of fairly fine-grained distinctions between understanding and knowledge, and as you said. So yeah, I think I'm not sure whether that has answered your question, but I think there's a lot of interesting things that we can learn by kind of by bringing these methods of kind of philosophy of science in practice into the historical area and rethinking, and having a closer look at these kind of key scientific figures, or any early modern scientists, or where I think we learn a lot more about the kind of the subtleties of what they take to be knowledge and how they are defending that and things like that. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for your questions, and thank you very much, Kirsten, for this wonderful first paper of our workshop. And now we can welcome our next speaker, Anna Gadignani. I'm going to read a very brief introduction. Anna is a PhD student in health science, technology, and management. Her background is in philosophy and history of science. She obtained both her bachelor's and master's degrees from the Alma Mater Studiorum, University of Bologna. Sorry, no, it's okay. I saw a little hand, but I'm going to continue. During her master's, she studied bioethics and ethics of artificial intelligence at Macquarie University at Sydney, Australia. Her research has primarily focused on the doctor-patient relationship using an interdisciplinary approach that encompasses political and legal philosophy, care ethics and virtues, and the social history of medicine. Her current work examines how to rethink the principle of autonomy in healthcare. And the title of her talk is Reconstructing Trust, Social Historical Trajectories of the Physician-Patient Relationship in Post-Unification Italy. So welcome, Anna, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much also for the introduction, and thank you all for being here. So I'll try to share my screen
Yes.
in order to present you better the topic of my talk today. So why reconstructing trust? So this is a talk that I'm delivering after my master thesis. So this is the topic that I cover over my master thesis, and it has shaped a lot the question that I am addressing right now during my PhD pathways. So I would like to begin from the point of origin of this research, which stems from an interest in the history of science and specifically in the social history of science. So my initial intention was to explore how material cultures, practices, and beliefs shape scientific knowledge, and to understand how science itself is constructed as a social phenomenon and not merely as a body of theories. So my main reference was Piero Camporesi, an Italian cultural historian who explored how everyday practices like eating, healing, and caring for the body reflected the moral and imaginative worlds of early modern Italy. I'm sorry that the references are Italian, but you can find his work translated in English as well. After that, I became interested in other scholars who explore similar questions, but from a feminist perspective. So looking at how knowledge and care were shaped in gendered relationship, especially the work of Catherine Park and Gianna Pomata. So through her study, I also came to know the work of Sandra Cavallo that show how spaces traditionally considered private, such as the home, the family, and the body, are in fact sites where medical knowledge is produced, transmitted, and negotiated. And her perspective makes visible a network of informal expertise, affective labor, and moral responsibility that rarely enters into the official narratives of science or medicine. So in this sense, her work resonates a lot with the work of another Italian scholar, Carlo Ginzburg, and his peculiar focus on microhistory, where the attention to the minute, the marginal, and the everyday practices reveal underlying structures of power and meaning. So both forms of knowledge and authority are embedded in the material and relational texture of ordinary life, dimensions that the traditional history of ideas often lives in the shadows. So at the same time, I realized that I lack a specific object of inquiry. I did not want to focus solely on a particular form of caregiving, not merely studying a professional figure. Both would have offered interesting insights, but neither was sufficient to explore the deeper moral and relational dimensions embedded in care. So what I was looking for was a vantage point that could bring together knowledge and relationship, practice, and morality. So alongside my historical research, my philosophical work drew me to a complex and multifaceted concept, trust. So here, feminist philosophy, again, was particularly illuminating, emphasizing how moral obligation, interdependence, and relational responsibilities arise in caregiving context, a dimension of human interaction that abstract ethical theories often overlook. In moral philosophy and moral psychology, especially Annette Bayer has been especially influential. So she framed trust as a moral practice where the trustee acts for the good of the one who relies on them. And her insight inspired further research, including Mark Alfano and Karen Jones' work on trustworthiness, which explore how ethical commitment intersects with competence in both social and epistemic settings. So from this perspective, trust emerged as a multidimensional phenomenon, bringing moral, relational, and epistemic concern. A distinction that I found particularly useful is that between trust, which involves a moral commitment to the well-being of another, and reliability, which concern competencies or effectiveness in performing a task, regardless of intention. So this framework naturally led me to one object of study that connected my historical and philosophical interests. So the relationship of trust between doctor and patient. So the question I decided to pursue is the following, as you can see from the street. But in other words, the question could be framed in other terms. So in the sense of, can we understand how the moral dimension of care relationships has taken shape over time, not only by analyzing ethical theories or texts, but by also observing the practices, the institutions, the gestures, and form of interaction that gave concrete form to that trust. So from the outset, I encountered two major methodological difficulties. The first one was to avoid anachronism, namely projecting contemporary moral categories into historical contexts that did not share them. So to address this, I focus on a period relatively close to us, yet historically well-defined, the Kingdom of Italy, a time where public health became a systematic object of state policy and medical care entered into the discourse of biopolitics and public control. And the second difficulty is concerned the primary sources. Initially, I considered analyzing correspondence between doctors and patients. However, I realized soon that such sources reflected a literate world, unrepresentative of the Italian society as a whole. So to remain consistent with a social history of care, I choose instead to focus on a long marginalized but crucial figure, namely the medico condotto, or public health officer, the public doctor appointed to assist rural or subaltern populations. And two principal considerations guided this focus. First, there was a logic of proximity, namely that the medici condotti were professionals who cultivated enduring relationships across diverse population segments, but particularly among those with limited means. So this profound interconnection with individuals and their family elevated them to figures of substantial social and cultural importance that help to at least draw a conscious collective to their category. And secondly, the Medici Condotti played a pivotal role in shaping national institutions in Italy. Their social standing rose steadily following the unification due to the augmented authority and political relevance conferred by the first national governments. So, following from the relevant secondary literature, I consulted the archives of the Archiginnasio of Bologna, which is one of the most important archival institutions in Italy. And through the Frate Sorbelli catalog, I identified materials belonging to two main categories. First, the medical etiquette manuals, or Galatei Medici, text on conduct and professional morality, representing an informal but widespread ethical reflection. And second, legal sources essential for understanding the institutional creation of the figure of the medico condotto and the development of the national healthcare system in Italy. So, the first phases of my research brought me into contact with the direct voices of the Medici Condotti, particularly to polemical pamphlets, which you can see on the left side of the screen, short public writings through which physicians voiced professional grievances, debated ethics, and defended their role, and documents of the Associazione Nazionale dei Medici Condotti, established in 1874. The association, which one document you can find on the right of the screen, was created with the explicit aim of promoting professional regulation, uniting practitioners, and strengthening relationship within the specific branch of the medical profession. So it is noteworthy that the legitimacies of these associative efforts was grounded in practical attempts to protect medical practice, not only in terms of treatment, but also in terms of professional interaction. So, as numerous testimony underscore, the practice of medicine was inherently characterized by benevolence and charity, oriented towards safeguarding the health of individuals. And in this sense, the virtue of medical practice lies primarily in the performance of care itself, rather than in mere adherence to abstract moral principle. Therefore, the formation of a professional association becomes essential. It functions as a collective body seeking recognition and support for governmental institutions, ensuring that the protection of the practice was granted. So the Associazione Nazionale dei Medici Condotti thus represents not only a step towards professional consolidation, but also an acknowledgement of the authority and legitimacy of the medico condotto. So from these sources, two major issues emerge, both in defining both the professional identity and their relationship to trust. First, there was a lack of institutional recognition. So the Medici Condotti complain about the precariousness of their status, their dependence on local administration, and their inadequate pay. This gave rise to a genuine professional consciousness, a collective demand to be recognized as an integral part of the state and public health apparatus, as we can see previously regarding the Associazione Nazionale dei Medici Condotti. But then there was also a lack in popular recognition, namely that the Medici Condotti also had contact with popular medical traditions and non-official forms of healing. So from this tension emerged a complex negotiation of trust. Doctors needed to earn authority and legitimacy in communities that did not automatically granted it. So comments and practices aimed at gaining trust as well as undermining it were often directed at countering the influence of alternative therapeutic figures. So on one hand, physicians sometimes express negative opinions towards these practices, and on the other, their positive impact and effectiveness within local communities were undeniable. And here you can see on the left part of the screens two of the main sources that I used to trace these pamphlets against the alternative therapeutic figures called as charlatans. So the same sources that I used to trace the grievances of the Medici Condotti, therefore offer a rare glimpse into perspectives often overlooked in historical records, those of families, patients, and sometimes even alternative practitioners themselves. The medical profession frequently emphasizes the population ignorance and its consequent distrust of physicians. Yet this perception largely reflects a lack of communication and understanding between different knowledge systems. So some physicians sought to educate local population as a means of social progress and reconciliation, but there is a little evidence of reciprocal engagement from the communities towards the medical class. So two key elements help outline the real state of care of post-unification Italy and illustrate the absence of influence and resulting distrust towards institutional medical knowledge. First, the complaints of the Medici Condotti highlights both the practical difficulties of providing care across large and often hard-to-reach territories and the challenges in communicating with local population. And second, the proliferation of medical publication advising physicians on the proper moral conduct towards patients reflects a broader reflection on the physician-population relationship, underscoring the central role of trust and moral perception in the acceptance of institutional medicine. Thus, while structural deficiency linked to economic backwards and political choices limited the development of a comprehensive national health system, a growing interest in fostering effective physician-patient interactions emerged from the class of the Medici Condotti themselves. So this interest can be interpreted as an effort to assert a monopoly over the therapeutic relationship. And a particularly revealing case concerns especially women's care, encompassing both care for women and care provided by women. So medical paternalism and misogyny shaped trust along hierarchies of gender and knowledge. So female bodies were widely perceived as physically, intellectually, and morally more fragile, which prompted physicians to adopt cautious and distant approaches. Admonition advocating caution in treating women often accompanied broader tendencies to trivialize female illness, generating significant limitation in effective medical care, especially during pregnancies, childbirth, and the postpartum period. So faced with male reluctance or lack of competence, women increasingly relied on alternative therapeutic figures, including relatives, midwives, practical workers, and traditional alternative healers. So particularly midwives were not merely substitutes, but essential actors in healthcare, bringing together the institutional medical knowledge and the rural population. So they represented the traditional knowledge within the scientific framework, helping the medico condotto mediates when entering into the local population. So they both together shared professional expertise and the community who saw them as an integral to local social and care networks. Nonetheless, in the 1910 parliamentary debates that covered the topic of recognizing institutional recognition to Medici Condotti, the midwives were excluded, and due to their less authority, which was not kindly supported by the Medici Condotti themselves. So at this stage, trust clearly emerged as a key instrument through which Medici Condotti asserted both their institutional and professional legitimacy. It was not merely a relational virtue, but as strategic practices that allowed physicians to establish authority within communities, navigate tension with alternative therapeutic figures, and educate population about institutional medical knowledge. An especially interesting aspect emerged from the comparison between the medico condotto and the priest, who represented the principal moral and spiritual authority in rural 19th century Italy. So the temporal authority of the papal state, coupled with the widespread establishment of its institution, reinforced the Christian Catholic faith across the peninsula. Especially after the Counter-Reformation in the 17th century, the priest functioned as a local representative of papal temporal power. interpreting the Holy Scripture, guiding the faithful, and acting as the primary intermediary with the people. So the intertwining of church-state structures with the fragmented realities of duchies, kingdoms, and provinces consolidate areas of influence for population control. The metaphor of medicine priesthood then must therefore be seen as an outcome of the historical intertwining of medical science on one hand and Catholicism on one other, especially in Italy. So while the gradual secularization of political and social structures reduce religious control over healthcare, the ethical overlap between medical and religious institutions persisted, particularly in terms of moral values and virtues guiding therapeutic actions. In practice, the relationship between priests and medici condotti was not strictly oppositional, but a nuanced alliance, variable according to local needs. So various contributions, and here you can see the major one on the right, il parroco istruito nella medicina, offer insights into rural realities and exemplify this dynamic. The virtuous conduct expected of medici condotti align closely with priestly teachings. So despite divergent epistemic approaches, the underlying morality of their action, compassion, benevolence, and responsibility was largely shared. So from this perspective, 19th century medical etiquette can be understood as an instrument to consolidate professional authority, while echoing some of the priestly moral value. Etiquette emphasized the physician's responsibility and linking social standing and professional legitimacy to both competence and ethical commitment. It also marked a gradual shift away from purely Christian charity toward a professional ethic in which moral virtues became codified as standard practice. In Italy, this development positioned medical etiquette as the initial manifestation of an ethical framework collectively embraced by the profession, which both guided conduct and reinforced trust between physicians and the communities they served. A key element in understanding the physician-patient relationship in 19th century Italy is professional secrecy then, which emerged by analogy with the confessional seal, yet with important distinction. While confession concerned the individual penitent, medical secrecy extended to the family, reflecting the physician's duty to navigate not only individual care, but the broader social and familial context. Decision about whether to disclose the truth to a patient often required family consent, revealing that trust was built not solely between doctor and patient, but within a complex network of familiar and communal relationship, a model that continues nowadays to influence Italian medical practice. It is crucial to emphasize that confidentiality was the primary ethical principle championed by Italian medical etiquette. Physicians were expected to keep all information obtained during practice strictly confidential, both for its therapeutic value and to maintain social credibility as well. So the rigorous adherence to privacy was closely linked to the religion Catholic tradition of caring for the soul, borrowing metaphors and moral authorities from the confessionals. Just as the priest safeguarded the penitent's secrets to maintain spiritual cohesion and community trust, the physician protected patients' information to uphold moral and professional authority. So professional secrecy extends beyond moral symbolism, and Italian medical etiquette emphasized continuous engagement with the patient family, integrating them into the treatment processes. Especially in the depictions of the anamnesis, the initial investigation of the patient condition, the dependence on the family participation and the physician trust in the information provided by relatives was central to perform an effective care. So medical etiquettes also emphasize the therapeutic value of hope, especially for patients nearing the end of life. Physicians were advised to maintain trust with both patients and family, carefully balancing honesty with reassurance to preserve confidence in their judgment. Collaboration with priests during the administration of the extreme unction reflected a shared ethical concern for the patient's spiritual and physical well-being, further reinforcing the intertwining of moral, religious, and medical authority. Ultimately, Italian medical etiquette portrayed trust as a multifaceted therapeutic process. So it encompasses not only technical proficiency, but also ethical conduct, moral distraction, and collective approach to care involving family and community. So a trustworthy physician was one who mediated effectively between medical expertise, family knowledge, and spiritual concern, establishing credibility and authority while enhancing the therapeutic alliance. In this way, confidentiality, professional ethics, and relational care were inseparable, forming the foundation of both the physician's legitimacy and the social acceptance of medical practice in 19th and early 20th century in Italy. So, in conclusion, my initial question provided not fruitful but transformative knowledge. It highlighted aspects of Italian bioethical culture that have often remained at the margins. The role of everyday practices, the communal dimension of care, and the historical contingency of moral values. So, historical and cultural research shows that trust that does not arise solely from ethical principles or individual virtue, but from social norms and relational dynamics that shape the individual and their community. While modern rational medicine since the 19th century has demystified the therapeutic action, it has often overlooked this essential rule, trust, namely. So present-day Italian codes of medical ethics emphasize mutual trust through instruments like informed consent, yet they rarely reflect on its ethical and moral significance, which is deeply rooted in cultural and historical practices. So reflecting on the physician-patient relationship historically suggests that a renewed medicine could recognize shared responsibility and intention, ensuring that care is a reciprocal ethical practice. This requires a meticulous and nuanced exploration of social, cultural, and moral trends, a complexity that, although here I exemplified in Italy, I think it could offer useful insights for other nations and communities as well. So for me personally, this research has shaped my identity as a clinical bioethicist. It confirmed that bioethics cannot be limited to normative analysis, but must interrogate practices, cultural dynamics, and the trust relationship that give meaning to medical action. So I thank you all for your attention, and please ask questions or share your insights. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Anna, for your wonderful talk.
Thank you.
I really like it. So now we have some minutes for questions. You can raise your hand. Yes, Kirsten.
Yeah, thanks. That was a really fascinating talk. I was curious about whether whether you learned anything about the role of consent in all of this. So, I think trust is, like I think you very convincingly showed us how trust works here. But yeah, but consent, can you tell us anything about that?
Well, actually, there were no reflection about consent, namely that the action performed by the physician to the patients was kindly not just recommended, but it was like on the part of the patients and on the part of the family, like to continue the suggestions or the care practices offered by the physician. So I think that what can be like really interesting in that sense is the fact that towards all the kinds of recognitions and grievances and the idea of separate the professional figure from the more benevolent one that were like embedded in the Catholic institutions. The idea of remuneration and the idea of like giving and pay the physician an adequate amount was like really driving all the major reflection, especially within the Associazione Nazionale dei Medici Condotti. And so the idea that the first obligation of the patient was to pay the physician, and that's really interesting because consent on that side was like perceived as, so you called me, you're paying me, therefore you are following me. If that answers your question.
Yeah, so I take it the idea is if you trust me, I don't need your consent because you're, yeah, okay.
Exactly.
Well, I have a question, if I may. There's drilling also here, so I hope you don't listen to us. So I have a question about archives and how archives or your work related to this research and in the archives can be generalized to other cases in the history of science or bioethics. I'm thinking, for example, in obstetric violence, because you were also addressing these issues. So I was wondering if you reached, I mean, you talk a little bit at the end, if you reach a conclusion about this relation between archives, history, and bioethics. I don't know, a philosophical inquiry. I'm sorry, it's kind of...
No, I answer your question based on the idea that I have about I'll try to answer, and then if I do not answer, please ask me again. So regarding the triangulation of how the use of archive can be useful to illuminate those kinds of black holes in the reflection. So especially for midwives, I found very, 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 very little. And the majority of my reflections came from analogies with the French situation, especially because the class of obstetrics were built thanks to the Napoleon Reformation. So most of the reflection concerning of obstetrics in France can be applied to a certain extension to the Italian case. But again, the sources regarding Medici Condotti are very, very little, and basically concern the sources that I showed you, and those are in form of pamphlets. And they are not widely shared through our peninsula. So I was really lucky to find them in the Archiginnasio of Bologna, because I think that it's maybe the only one, if not the second, archive in which you can find those kinds of sources. And I think that like another difficulties with respect of like trying to draw inferences on cultural and traditional practices is the fact that the practices themselves are practices. So therefore, it's really hard to find written works that like emphasize directly that kind of practice. So even in the case of the medical etiquette, I think that they are really fascinating, not because they provide what was the moral codes or the ethical reflection of that time, but they rather reflects a way to engage in peculiar situation and trying to find solutions, which is sometimes that not really reflects how things were performed. I don't know if I answer your
No,
question.
totally. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Demian?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for the talk. I just have a question about these last values like hope and then if they were taught in the schools or if any chance they were incorporated in the academy. I mean, like the universities or the schools of medicine or something like that. Just that.
I do not understand who should be
If
educated.
like when you talk like hope as a value that they were practicing in the medicine, if that value like hope were teaching in the schools, like me as a professor were like, yeah, you should feel the hope with the patient or something like that.
Well, that's a really great question, because still nowadays in Italy we do not have like a proper instruction in the medical courses regarding ethics or bioethics, and that comes from the idea that actually it pertains to the physicians itself, so like to the professor of clinics, to provide some suggestions to the students to how they have to behave properly with their own patients. So there was not a direct instructions. So even in the medical text, there was nothing that can be related to instruction, to moral philosophy or something similar. I mean, especially in the post-unification Italy. So the students of medicine only study medicine, biology, physics, which is very close to the kinds of studies that I have to perform even nowadays. And the suggestions were given only by the head of the chair of clinical practice. So, but that was again something that became peculiar really at the end of the 18th century, and only in certain institutions. So, for example, in Bologna, there was this prominent scholar called Augusto Murri, who in his own lecture appointed some reflection that were across like philosophical domain, not only regarding the same practice of inferencing and like use causality or correlation from symptoms to make the diagnosis, but also in terms of like really moral reflection to how cultivate the diverse perspective of the family. But no, regarding to your question, no.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, maybe we can take a short break. Thank you very much, Anna, for your talk. Thank you for your questions. And we take maybe 10 minutes and come back. Okay? Well,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to you.
Hi. Hi, Maria Chiara. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Oh, should we begin? What do you think? Yes? Okay.
Everyone's back, yeah. Go.
Great. Okay, so welcome back. And our next speaker is Maria Chiara Parisi, right? Okay. Thank you very much, Maria Chiara. I'm going to make a brief introduction. Maria Chiara is currently a PhD student at the University of Amsterdam within the Institute for Logic, Language and Computation and the Department of Philosophy. She's a member of the Concepts in Motion research group led by Professor Ariana Betty, and her work lies at the intersection of philosophy, data science, and digital humanities. She specializes in the data-driven history of ideas, focusing particularly on ancient philosophy, metaphysics, and the philosophy of science. And the title of her talk is Aristotle and Proclus on Mathematics as an Axiomatic Science, a Data-Driven Comparison. So thank you very much, Maria Chiara, and the floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'll try and share my screen. Okay, you should now be able to see my screen. Is that correct? I don't really see you, but
yes, I think
I trust that you see
yeah.
the
Yeah,
presentation.
we can see.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks a lot. Thanks. Okay, so yeah, thank you very much again for the lovely introduction and also for organizing this very, very interesting 2 days of workshop. Now we're going to do a big jump back in history, and I'm going to be talking about basically what will be the second chapter of my thesis, which I will defend in a few months. And specifically, I'm going to talk about Aristotle and 5th century Neoplatonist Proclus about their view on mathematics as an axiomatic science. And because this is a workshop on methodology, without further ado, I would like to introduce and talk about the methodology that I've been using for this research, which is also the methodology that we use in our research group in Amsterdam. We call this data-driven history of ideas. And this will also give me a way to introduce basically the plan for this talk. So usually you start with a research question. Now, research questions in these fields are typically very large-scale historiographical question, for example, that goes through centuries and multiple authors, but they tend to trace a concept or an idea through time. And because you're working with a concept, what you really want to be doing is to work with what we call a conceptual model. Why is it so? I mean, we are philosophers and concepts can be interpreted in a multitude of ways, even if we are working with one single concept. So basically what we really need to do is to keep, in order to keep the focus the same or the interpretation of a specific concept the same and to trace that across centuries, we need to make that very, very explicit. And we do this by giving a very fine-grained definition of the concepts under investigation. Then what you want to do is probably to investigate how this concept is behaving or evolving across a corpus. So we work with collection of text in which we gather evidence for our research question. Now, probably what characterizes our group the most is that then we work with concept term clusters. So as philosophers, we work with concepts. and concepts are abstract, but they occur in text, and authors talk about them with terms. Now, the relation between a concept and a term can vary in authors, but in order to keep the focus the same, we always want to make the relation between the concept and the term very explicit. And so we want to map them onto each other. This allows us basically to, let's say, map the semantic field of a certain concept so that we can research and trace it into corpora. And we start doing this usually by making an experted guess on the connection between the term and the concepts, and then we check that computationally with the software run on the corpus, and then we expand this list to see actually what are the terms occurring in the corpus, if there are more than we expected, if we want to use them to retrieve more interesting passages, and then we retrieve these passages always again with this software. What we do now then is to translate our initial research question into term-based research question, which basically is a way of rephrasing the question from being about concept to being about the same concept, but linked to the term in the text. And then we go on with our annotations. Annotations are both qualitative, so the very traditional, old school philosophical exegesis and close reading. And then we also annotate the passages quantitatively, so that then at the end, we also have a quantitative overview together with a qualitative one. So let me dive into into the topic of this paper. We start as always with a bit of context and a problem. So problem here is that the 5th century Neoplatonic philosopher Proclus, who wrote a very, very famous commentary on Euclid's Element of Geometry, in that work, he attributes very oddly to Aristotle the view that mathematics is not explanatory. Now, this is odd for a series of reasons. First of all, Proclus himself do not endorse this reason, this view. He thinks that mathematics is explanatory. But most oddly is that there is no evidence for this view in Aristotle's writings. And instead, there is quite a lot of evidence for Aristotle saying that mathematics is indeed a paradigmatic explanatory science. So scholars faced this dilemma and came up with some solutions. Some of them suggest that maybe there was a conceptual shift in the concept of scientific explanation. So in other terms, basically, they say that by scientific explanation, Proclus and Aristotle mean completely two different things. And they try and explain this by pointing at Stoic influence on Proclus, so that basically there was a restriction on scientific explanation to real ontic causes. So this comes with the consequence that only explanation about real object can be scientific. And this is a bit problematic for mathematics, especially if you interpret mathematical objects to be abstract conceptual objects, then you have that mathematical explanation are not scientific. I don't think specifically this is the way to go, especially because it comes with three big risks. First of all, a risk about accuracy, because it seems that it overlooks a bit, this view overlooks the Aristotle account of scientific explanation. There is the risk of underestimating the continuity instead between these two authors, and really how much Proclus instead inherits Aristotle's frameworks. And then there is also another risk, which is about adaptability of the adaptability of the Aristotelian framework, which is actually how very nicely Proclus tweaks and changes a bit Aristotle's framework and adapts it to his Neoplatonic philosophy. So here the research question is, does Proclus conceive mathematics as an explanatory axiomatic science in Aristotle's sense, and in this way there is no real departure, or does his account fundamentally differ? So my thesis is that Proclus not only adopts Aristotle's axiomatic idea of science for mathematics, but also adapts it within his Neoplatonic framework. So, as I said before, we work with conceptual model, and so I had to make explicit what Aristotle meant by an axiomatic science. This model comes with 3 parts, which we will see then will correspond to my 3 sub-questions. So for Aristotle, a science is axiomatic if, first, it needs to have axioms, so immediate explanatory proposition from which all the rest, theorems and non-fundamental propositions follow. 2, it has to explain with via demonstrations. So demonstrations are 3-part arguments in which the 2 premises give the reason why of the conclusion. And they have very specific characteristics. So, for example, they need to exhibit a certain kind of predication, per se predication or necessary predication between the terms. And also the middle term in the premises must be or point at one of the 4 causes or idea. And last, a science is axiomatic if it has a unified subject genus, and this could be a set of objects or terms referring to objects that share necessary attributes, and because of this, they can be demonstrated, they're demonstrable from the same principles. Now, for Aristotle, mathematics satisfy all these conditions, is structured with axioms and theorem, it proves via demonstration, and it studies sensible objects way quantities. So it actually studies the same object of physics, but under a specific aspect. So qua quantities, or in a qualified way. Now, we have 3 sub-questions corresponding to each of these parts of the model. So we will have the first question is, does Proclus also interpret axioms as presented in the same way that Aristotle did? So as fundamental proposition that explain non-fundamental proposition. Question 2, does he also use demonstration in the same way? So are explanation in mathematics conceived as a demonstration with the same characteristics that we just saw? And third, is mathematics presented as a unified science with its own subject genus? Now, to tackle these 3 questions, I have decided to work on what I call the axiomatic mathematics corpus. Is quite a big corpus of over 3 million word token, and it includes 102 files that roughly corresponds to the whole work or complete corpus or extant complete corpus of Aristotle, Proclus, Euclid, although that didn't come up a lot in the textual evidence. And also I wanted to include 2 key Stoic authors as well. I built this corpus from the Thesaurus Linguae Graecae XML files, so it's machine readable, and we can search it with computational tools. Specifically, we use the, as we will see later, a software called HitParank. And thanks to Martin Reinhardt, we had to process this corpus through all sorts of operation, which are called localization, lemmatization, and post-tagging. We can discuss all about this in the Q&A, but briefly, this ensured that all the files were consistent and were compatible for the use of our software. Now, a whole lot of set of challenges also came with it. We can discuss also this later if you like. but mainly working with computational tool on an ancient Greek language can be quite challenging, but this didn't stop us. And now on to what is probably, as I said before, the most unique way of dealing with the relation between concept and terms of our group. So here what we did, as you can maybe see already from the columns, is to map concepts that we discussed already in the research question and that we have already defined according to a very explicit interpretation of Aristotle, to the terms that actually occurred in the primary text. So we have an initial list of basically functional synonyms that say for that concept, or predicates that immediately identify that concept. So here, for example, in the let's say cluster of demonstration, we have for example, reason why, cause, explanation, and so on and so forth. And we also give a ranking or a weight to each term, so that we can make explicit also the strength of the relation between a certain term and the concept. And this will help our software then to retrieve first or give precedence to those terms that are more highly ranked. After we do, so we start with that initial list that I showed you, and then this is how it perhaps very briefly works. We have these, let's say, they're called wildcards, and they are usually the first part of a lemma. Be happy to ask me all about this in the Q&A again. And we feed id_parenk this initial list. id_parenk check it against the whole word tokens that are in the corpus, and give us back all the 1 to 4 grams matching that the first initial list. So we end up having quite an extensive expanded list with more term that we started with, and then we curate that list. So that's what you see here at the end. With the expanded curated list, we feed that as an input again to id_parenk, and id_parenk retrieves all the passages with a co-occurrence of high-weighted terms. And this is what we get. I know it's full of information, but do not despair. We are not going to go into all the numbers and so on. But basically here we have the paragraphs, and here we have, for example, the reference to the paragraphs, or the hits. That these are basically the terms that we searched for. Now, as I mentioned before, because now we are working just with concept, but with concept linked to terms in text, now we are reframing the initial research question into term-based research question, and ask for each of the passage retrieved, does the passage describe axioms or mathematics as proceeding from fundamental propositions that explain non-fundamental proposition? Now here we have the exact term referring to that concept, so the relation is very tight. Same for the second research question. So that will ask, does the passage describe explanation in mathematics? And then you would have something like mathematicos, arithmeticos, and so on, as demonstration, where the premises give the reason why, and you would expect to find a term like dioti, and so on. Third, same about the subject genus. Does mathematics has its own subject genus, and so on. Now, with this, trying to answer this for each paragraph that has been retrieved, I answered this term-based research question, and I score them on a 5-point scale. We can discuss also this more later, but really important 2 points I want to make here is that importantly, annotation are not simply term counts. It cannot be just reduced to that. And this is also why our methodology and our approach is different from your topic modeling or just words in a bag term counting. Here, close reading is still very essential. And this is because just the occurrence of term does not by themselves detect meaning. So here you would have an idea to what an annotation spreadsheet look like. Still a bit intimidating, but maybe a bit less than the one before. And here you would have the 3 term-based research question, the scores, some notes for it, some tags for like helping organize all the information. You have the name of the works, the canonical reference. Here again, you can see the collected hits that are the terms connected to the concept according to the interpretation of Aristotle, and so on. So let's see some quantitative overview of the results. In total, I annotated 173 passages. I could have done more, but I also had to deal with time and my human finitude. So this is what I did, but it is scalable for more. I checked on all these passages come from 32 works. I have annotated works from mainly three authors, and the results are that I have 79 positive passages, which are passages that are scored at least 0.5, so that would be a maybe yes to a yes. And I have 94 silent, and this would be at least a positive answer for at least one research question. And then instead I have 94 silent passages that are completely silent for all the research questions. This means that they do not reply directly, specifically and explicitly to the research questions, but they still many times provide very relevant concepts. So it's not all in vain. The big trend that we see is that passages replying to the question positively to a question about subject, genus, and demonstration occur more frequently than the one about axioms. This does not really come as a surprise because although axioms are critical in Aristotle's philosophy of science, he is nonetheless not too explicit in their description, while Proclus instead give us a much more fine-grained description of axioms. So let's see how this played in each of the research questions. First, do axioms explain theorems for these authors? 46 passage replied positively. So for Aristotle, we have that in each science, you have a genus, some axioms, and per se attributes. Passages says also that it's knowledge from principles and that axioms explain theories via demonstration. Now, Proclus adopts all the above, but also adds additional explanatory method of explanation. So he also had analysis and the synthesis and also dialectics because he's a Platonist, Neoplatonist. What he does is to extend this very same order of explanation. He doesn't use it just for his philosophy of science, but it's embedded within his own ontology and natural philosophy. And then, as I just mentioned, he really clarifies all the distinction between axioms and postulates and theorems versus problems. and so on. So what we see here is that Aristotle's axiomatic ideal is flexible, and Proclus expanded, adding on top, but without changing or departing from his fundamental explanatory structure. For question number 2, are demonstration causal or explanatory in the same way for both authors? 67 passages reply positively. For Aristotle, we just saw that the demonstration are syllogisms or three-part arguments from principles. They need to have an explanatory middle term with certain characteristics. And he's very explicit about the fact that mathematics really exhibit paradigmatically this type of explanation. Why? Because they use a lot of first figure syllogism, and the first figure syllogism, his words, are the most scientific of all. Now, Proclus preserved all of this. He also proved from accepted proposition. And what he adds is that the middle term needs to be in a per se predication with the other term in the premises, and it has to be in the same genus and also in the same ontological layer. So it's not just the object of the science that has to be from the same genus, it's also the object in reality that the object in the science are referring to that must be from the same genus. And then he applies this demonstrative form really beyond mathematics, a bit everywhere, but maybe most interestingly in his cosmology and in his commentary on Plato's Timaeus, to explain how the creation of the cosmos. So here we have that mathematics is explanatory for both, and Proclus adapts but does not reject Aristotle's causal necessity of demonstration. He just adds that and adapts it into his Neoplatonic ontology. And finally, and possibly the most interesting, is the question about the subject genus. So here we have 67 positive answer. We have that for Aristotle, mathematics is a general science that studies objects, qua quantities. Now it's general because it has many disciplines that it subsumes, and it studies sensible object, as we said, but qua quantities. Now, these objects are not real ontological objects in reality. So the unity of the subject genus here is achieved through 3 logical operations, with the qua operator, the abstraction, and the separation, but it does not require an extra ontology. In other words, for Aristotle, mathematical objects do not need a ontological counterpart to be out there. Yet, mathematics is a valid science, and he positions it between physics and metaphysics. So it has an intermediary role. Now, Proclus keeps the above, especially the point 1 and 2, and he 1 and 3, and he also interprets mathematics as a general science. But for him, general science is a general science of intermediate objects. Now, he requires instead an extra ontological layer of what he called metaxou, so intermediate object between the intelligibles and the sensible. This is really the key distinction in all of this paper that occurs between the two. But as you can see, this is not really a distinction that pertains to the philosophy of science, or a distinction that concerns the structure of the explanation. If anything, it concerns ontology. Also, as Aristotle, he describes mathematics in an intermediary position. Mathematics receive principles from above, from metaphysics, and distribute principles to lower sciences. reframes it within new. Most likely, this speaks to the portability of Aristotle's ideal of axiomatic science that can accommodate very almost, let's say, even opposite ontology of mathematical objects. And so to conclude, we have seen that there is quite a lot of continuity between these two authors. They both treat mathematics as a paradigmatic axiomatic science, going from axiom to theorems, explaining through demonstration, and also having a unified genus on the whether to interpret that genus as just object of science or ontological object. That's up for an ontological discussion. There is also a very nice adaptation from Proclus of this axiomatic ideal. So it extends beyond mathematics, goes into natural philosophy. He adds more method to it, and his characteristic is that he maps then mathematical object to ontological entities. There are some limitations, of course, of this paper, and one is that although I wanted to include some Stoics, the text from the Stoics did not really come up as much, and this is because Hitparank, as almost all computational tools, favor the retrieval of longer text. The longer the text, the more the key words occurring in it, the more he ranks up. Also, another problem was that that this also often happens with computational approaches, is that all the canonical reference disappeared, and so basically we had to add it manually again. But there is also hope for further work, and one example could be tuning this software Hitparank for fragments and train it on fragments, and so that it will eventually work. Another way could be to just simply broaden the corpus, and you could supplement it with more authors, more centuries, more languages, and so on. Also increasing the number of annotation, so that will make the data set even bigger. And finally, also tracing it would be nice at this point to trace the shift in the ontology of mathematical objects, so that we could really trace this distinction between object of science or objects studied in a qualified way versus mathematical object as corresponding to ontological objects. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much, Maria Chiara, for this wonderful talk. And now we can open the discussion. You can raise your hand. Kirsten?
Hi. Thanks. That was really cool and really fascinating. It definitely cleared up a few things for me about the relationship between kind of axioms, demonstrations, and subject genus in those in Aristotle. So that was really helpful. I have two questions that are kind of related. The first one is about kind of what it is that your algorithm is able to, or what your program is able to pick up. And I was kind of curious about whether it's kind of just terms or whether it is able to scour for kind of presentation, like style things on a page. You know, like, is it able to pick up the use of syllogisms by kind of noting that the way that these things are kind of sitting on the page in sort of 3 lines and things like that? So that was kind of one question. And the other one is kind of, I guess maybe it's a bit mean in a way. I'm curious about what these digital methods actually bring to the scholarship. Is it just a matter of scale? Is it just that you're able to comb through so many more resources and so on, and then really just kind of it really allows you to hone in on the ones that are really important, and allows you to kind of do things like counting key terms and things like that we could all do manually but would take a really long time and so on, and maybe we'd be more, we'd introduce more error. Or is there something qualitatively different that you're kind of getting when you're doing this kind of work?
Okay, thank you very much for both questions. So to the first question, no, the software does not do that kind of picking up argumentation, but I know lots of people that are working on that type of software. One of them is, especially for ancient philosophy, is Daniele Morrone. He's doing a amazing postdoc in Leuven. Our is actually, HitFrank is basically a very sophisticated term search. But what a term search, just simply like a Control F, cannot really do is to search all at the same time these big clusters of words and terms all at the same time, and also taking into account the strength of relationship between the terms and the concepts. And that's really, I think, something that, probably linguists are not really interested in that, but we philosophers really, really are. So that also something that is definitely added with this software. And it also works not just with the exact terms, but it works with lemmas. So lemmas are basically the dictionary form of the word. So you would have a multitude of terms that are related, of word form that are related to this root of the lemma. And this, of course, might not be sound not super relevant for English, but when you work with ancient Greek and Latin and you have 21 different word forms for the verb to go, you really want to work with lemmatization. So this is basically what HitFrank does. So the output of HitFrank are, first of all, this list of basically all the terms that are in the corpus that match your initial list. So these are quite big list. And from there, you can curate this list for the things that you are interested, many you're not interested into, but sometimes nice things come up that possibly you haven't thought of before. And finally, then you feed again this expanded curated list to search the passages, and then the HitFrank gives you back these passages, and it also prioritizes them in taking into account not only all the lists but also the weights between the terms and the concepts. On the matter of scalability, yes. Okay. First of all, of course, it enlarges and it expands and it makes it. It does things that humanly are not possible. But at the same time, what it does is that it makes I think so. It's not just okay, use the computational tools, you'll have a better result. What I really believe in is the whole package of qualitative, quantitative, and computational together. So what we're really pressing on is keep the human inside the loop, keep the human asking the question, and then use the machine to, like, as a support for that. That's also why I stressed that the annotation of the passages are not simply term counts. We need the close reading all the time, because simply term occurrences doesn't really give meaning. Not especially for us philosophers, like that could mean so many different things. Just a term that occur, doesn't say much. Another thing that I like about these computational methods, or better, the whole data-driven approach, is that it gives a way to the researcher to be very, very explicit. And so the research is, I do not really believe in objectivity. Oh, sorry, this is a strong statement, but like objectivity or truth, but at least we can be explicit and make our bias or our interpretation very explicit, so that then we can communicate and talk about this interpretation very explicitly. And so like a computational tools, or better, this whole methodology, I would say, because it has all these steps and is quite controlled and repeatable, I think it's a great step for a history of ideas and history of philosophy to go towards that direction. Nothing to take, there are people that would just like work with fragments, and it's perfectly fine, and you don't need this kind of methodology for it. But if you want to make large historical claims, and we usually kind of tend to want to do that, then this is a way to do it in a supported way, I think, more explicit. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. That's really helpful. I mean, I think you're right that for especially for these kind of big historical claims, I think that you're right that these are just really good methods to be using, that are going to help you to avoid kind of biases and stuff that are missing things and so on. Yeah, really great.
Yeah, and really, if I may just add a point, really, in one of the other paper on my thesis, there is there are some authors that, if you take an even bigger corpus, let's see whatever it's in there. For me, especially, there are, for example, commentators on Aristotle that are traditionally considered like class B, C, D, and so on. And then instead, they are the source of some marvelous mix of school of thoughts, and you can see all the terms, how they've been used and traced through the centuries. It's really great for this kind of research.
Yeah, thank you. More questions? I have a question. Maybe it's a naive question, because you are using, the theology corpus, but what happens, for example, if you have a new edition of the metaphysics text, like the one I understand Prima Vessi is working on. So it might change just a little bit your, your terms, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a little bit, so it doesn't change your whole picture, or what happens?
Every time that we we pick a corpus, at least in all our paper, we are very, very explicit on all the metadata that has been used. And sometimes it's the TLG, some other times I've used also bigger corpora, for example, Open Greek and Latin project, which includes like a plethora of the text, and it's not just philosophy, because I wanted to just see whatever was there. But every time, all these papers come with an enormous bag of metadata and documentation and all of this, just to make sure that then basically, ideally, one could go back to the XML file and look.
Okay. And then if in the future you have a new corpus, you can just add it to your research.
You supplement it. Yes, you supplement it, and you can give update. It's a bit I don't know if you're familiar with people working with software use GitHub, and they they publish update. So when you refer to a corpus, you usually refer to a corpus in a specific version. So I don't know, TLG version 1.2. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I think we had another question, but now I don't see.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great. Hey Maria, long time no see.
Hi. Yeah, I recognize the office.
Yeah. No, from Amsterdam indeed. Really great talk. I'm very excited about your research and looking forward to your defense. I was just wondering about the because you were emphasizing it, the distinction between the concept and the word or the terms. And I know in German Begriffsgeschichte, there's always been this issue of like, what is the Grundbegriffe and how does a Grundbegriffe differ from just random concepts, and you seem to polarize these things, but do I need to understand the differentiation between the conceptual map and the terms in there as mapping onto the differentiation in linguistics, as in between like what was it again, like semiology and onomasiology. So on the one hand meaning, on the other hand the lexical item. Does it map onto that? And if so, isn't it epistemically at least more safe, you could say, to stick to the surface level lexical item, so so simply the terms rather than the concepts? Because in my experience, having done some of this kind of research, I found a huge benefit in sticking to the term, because at least you could claim that there is a kind of lexical continuity, like an empirically philological like continuity across texts. Whereas if you include, if you look at meaning, it becomes ambiguous. You need interpretation, you need annotation, you need to, and also on top of that, it becomes very abundant. Like these conceptual domains, these semantic fields, they can like they grow and grow, and then it's simply like very nice to stick to the surface level of lexical items or just terms. So how's your, like, how do you relate to that?
Yeah, so maybe I have a counter question. I have some point. Let's see. Okay, let's see how can we do this. So yes, it can be abundant, but at the same time, we work with definition and making this relation explicit, specifically because you don't want to include an infinitude of relation between terms and concepts. Okay, and this is one thing. Another thing that you say is, wouldn't it be nice just to stick to the terms? Yes, but if you are interested in tracing the use of the term, if you're interested in tracing the idea and the concept, that wouldn't really work, does it? Because you said like sticking to the term, then doesn't that, what I mean is that doesn't that, for a philosopher, usually, doesn't that always come with that layer of interpretation, so that you implicitly then you would either connect it to a concept implicitly and then keep on saying, no, but it's just on the term level, or then it's just a linguistic interest. And then you're not mapping the concept, but mapping just the lexical term in the text.
Yeah, so the only maybe understood as a counter question, I would say that when you cross the line from the lexical item to the meaning, and you try to determine and fix the meaning and the whole domain, there is just this interpretation going on. And then this
Yeah.
interpretation is projected back into the past, and all kind of words may flower into that, even though you have rules for ascribing. The nice thing about the lexical item is that, of course, you lose a lot of meaning, but at least you can, for instance, start working from where it receives the meaning, like the dictionary meaning, for instance, that you are like most interested in, and then at least you have a clear starting point of where to analyze, even though the word might be older, have a very different meaning, and you can identify that through like historical dictionaries or something. I mean, of course, you might lose older discussions or meanings in your, but at least there is some, like, yeah, I don't know. Does it make sense?
I would, yeah, it does. I would go far and say, even if you take a description from a dictionary, somebody has done an interpretation there. So you are always already working with some sort of concept connection. And since it is this, I say at this point, why not make that super explicit?
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
And but completely understandable point. Yeah. That's also why it's very important to keep.
But because what happened in the if there are no other like questions, I don't want you. If there's other questions, then please go ahead. But like this is why in the French, like the Begriffsgeschichte of French terms, that is still like ongoing, being published by Reichenhard, a student of Gesellig. Because they started to focus more and more on meaning rather than the term, the lemmas became bigger and bigger, and suddenly all kind of different terms will leap together, like constitution and citoyen, and they had all, and it became actually a big mess. And this is and so there you could see like how sticking to the lexicality has a benefit of not getting lost in these like. But then again, there is no but.
I would love to learn more about it actually. Like what's the reverse? How could go? Thanks for this.
And you thanks a lot. It's very interesting.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your questions. Thanks a lot, Maria Chiara. I really loved your talk. And we can move to our next talk. And our next speaker is Evelyn Eriksson. So welcome, Evelyn. We're pleased to have you here.
Hi. Thank you for having me. I will try to share my screen.
Want me to make a small introduction, or do you want to go right ahead?
Sure, yeah. No, just to check if my slides are working. I use Google Slides, so I'm not always sure I can work with Zoom.
Yeah, they're working, I think.
They are?
I think so, right?
Yes. Do you want to move one so we can see that they move? Yeah, they work.
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you, Evelyn. So, Evelyn Eriksson is a postdoctoral researcher at the Federal University of Santa Catarina. And she's an active member of several research groups, including Lógicas Brasileiras and the Philosophy of Logic and Language group, the working group on the philosophy of formal sciences, and the working group on analytic epistemology, all lives in Brazil, right? I translated it, sorry. And Evelyn completed her studies at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte, and her research interests lie in logic and philosophy, with a particular focus on the teaching and philosophy of logic. And the title of her talk is A Reply to Incommensurability, from Historiography to Philosophy of Logic. So Evelyn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Teresa, and I would like to start by thanking also Maria for inviting me to submit an abstract. I'm really happy to be here. And just to say, I know very little on the history of philosophy. It's not really my area, but I've been walking towards this area from philosophy of logic to philosophy of science to more like methodology of philosophy, and then to the historiography of philosophy. So this is my narrative. And this semester I started watching an online class given by Ana Rieger, Nastasha Pugliese, and Natalia Mendes here in Brazil. And it was lovely to watch their class and learn more about the categories that the history of philosophy uses to analyze concepts and all these things, which I thought was very good. And specifically in this analogy that I'll try to talk about between philosophy of logic, philosophy of science, to the methodology of history of philosophy. So this is sort of what my talk will be about, to see that maybe the philosophy of logic, which is where my problems, my interests are, can benefit from this exchange with the tools that the history of philosophy has developed. So this is a basic outline, and I'll try to present what my general argument is. I'll start talking a little bit about epistemology of logic and what are the current problems and issues that we're facing. Talk a little bit how we have been getting into the philosophy of science to use the methodology of philosophy of science to talk about what logic is about. And then I will say a little bit of what I have learned or what my takeaway has been from this short period that I've been paying attention to the methodology of history of philosophy, and then go back to the epistemology of logic. So this first step here is given in terms of what maybe some people heard about, some not, but of anti-exceptionalism about logic, which is to say that logic is not very exceptional between the sciences and other areas of inquiry, and we can use the same tools of science applied to logic. A little bit of what my takeaway from the study on the history of philosophy is that there is a similarity between philosophy of science and the methodology of history of philosophy. Many of the methodological questions are sort of the same. So the inspiration of the incommensurability is where this comes from. It seems like there's a incommensurability flavor in all of these different areas that interest me. And then I would like to say, given that we can shift between the epistemology of logic to philosophy of science, and from philosophy of science to the methodology of history of philosophy, then maybe I can go back to the epistemology of logic with some baggage, and this will help me with my research question. So this little bit here is, I think, what I will try to, what I have convinced myself that works, and maybe you guys can tell me if I actually can go this far into my argument. So the usual views on the epistemology of logic are, there are three options. So the first, we think logic is a priori. So we think what Kant said, we have general conceptual schemes that we apply, and everybody share these sort of intuitions about what logic is and what reasoning does. Then we can skip a few centuries, we get to the Vienna Circle view, which is that logic is not a priori at all, it's just analytic, and we can gain logical knowledge by analyzing the forms of language and extracting meaning from this. And then we can skip a bit ahead, and then we have Quine saying that logic is empirical because all of our knowledge sits in the same web of belief. We don't have the distinction between analytic and synthetic anymore, and so we have logic is empirical. The more recent anti-exceptionalist view follows this sort of view, saying we do have empirical evidence that affects logic. I don't know how well that works, but these are the three general options that we have, and they each comes with their problems, and I don't necessarily like the way the question is framed, but these are the three general views. Then there comes the problem of there are too many logics, and if you think about logic as a mathematical object or logic as theories about something, what are the theories about? We have this sort of representational views on logical theories, which might not be my favorite view, but this is the mainstream. And so I need an aboutness of theories to be. So I don't know if it's about language, it's about the world, it's about the structure of thought. There are different ways we can try to frame this, but if we think logic as theories, we need them to be about something. And so there's this confusion, let's say, in the philosophy of logic to say, well, if there are many logics, which is the correct one, or which are the correct ones, or should we be logical pluralists? This is sort of there was like a wave in the 2010s-ish about pluralism, and now the trend seems to be anti-exceptionalism. And I think these are sort of the same, they are replies about the same sort of issue, which is underdetermination. What do I do if I have too many logics? And this is an issue familiar to the philosophy of science, because philosophy of science sort of knows what to do if there are competing theories about something. There are two main things which I think is worth talking about. One is what Marco Silva from the Federal University of Pernambuco talks about Quine's trap, which is to say, well, if we have different logics, we just we change meaning when we change logical vocabulary. So Quine will say the negation for the intuitionist is not the same thing as the negation for the classical logician. They're just talking past each other because they each give their own meaning to the term of negation. So he will say there is no competing meaning, just we don't even understand each other. So there's a sense of incommensurability here already, which is to say the classical logician and the intuitionistic logician, they are not talking the same language, so they do not understand each other. So the bite-sized version of this is that if you change logic, you change meaning because you're changing what the symbols represent. We also have Carnap's tolerance principle, which is to say you are at liberty to build your own logic, so you can define your logical vocabulary however way you want. And if you tell me how you did this, I will understand you. So the risk here is that there are many logics, but it's a sort of relativism, is what we usually say, which is to say, well, logic is just relative to the language you have defined. So you can have many logics and I will understand you, but it doesn't mean much. We sort of lose the aboutness of what logic is about. And so this is sort of what the philosophy of logic was at a certain point. And then there is a problem, which is that Quine and Carnap surprisingly both agree that there is no genuine disagreement in logic. We do not get enough traction in our disagreements to settle disputes. We're either talking about past each other, or we are not even in dispute over anything. So this is a bit of a anticlimactic conclusion to the philosophy of logic, because we do think that there are some genuine disagreements, and we would like to recover what this disagreement is about. So I think that there is a sense in which the disputes about many logics and how do I pick logic has the underdetermination flavor of the philosophy of science. And there are two popular replies, which is to say pluralism. If you don't know which is the correct theory for logic, we just can get more than one and we can have pluralism. Or there is another reply, which is to say we can use an abductive argument, so inference to the best explanation, to pick the best logic, and we can settle on the determination using this method. So I think these are two popular replies, because one will say, well, just pick all of the ones that make sense. The other one say, use extra logical principles to pick the best explanation. And this second point is what the anti-exceptionalists about logic are getting at. So use some tools from the philosophy of science to decide what logical theory. I don't really like this approach, and I think that there are better analogies of what logic is like. And so in this talk here, I will explore a little bit how logic will relate to the methodology of history of philosophy. And also, of course, there is a sense in which I don't even need to break underdetermination if I don't think there's a problem with underdetermination. So, but this is not usually, underdetermination doesn't sit well in this literature. So what is underdetermination about, and what is logical underdeterminacy? So one sense is to say there are different theories which describe something, and so I'm trying to describe the same realm of objects. And there's another sense in which, if I'm thinking logic is related to rationality or maybe normativity of reasoning and something like that, it might not be the same sort of thing as the scientific theories are about. And so we get to the point of, is logic descriptive about some phenomena, or is logic normative in relation to how people should reason on, or how things should go? And so we can get questions, is logic effective? What are logical facts? And then we can delve deep into metaphysics of logic. If you want, I will avoid that for now. But the question that really interests me is, what is logic about? Can I get an object? And I think this is the most difficult question in the philosophy of, we might not even have written linguistic, we have to abstract away from there. So I think I'm interested to me, because like Maria said, concepts are abstract. So it seems like you guys have very good methodology to deal with abstract things. And I think whatever logic is about is very abstract. So I'm hoping here that this analogy works, and by learning more about the methodology of the history of philosophy, it can make sense to me what logic is about. One view, of course, is that logic is about cutting nature at joints. So I would have a realist view, and so I get aboutness to logic, but at the cost of this heavy metaphysics about the structure of things. There is a big problem in the philosophy of logic about evidence, because we don't know where to look for evidence, and there are many different views on where the logic might be. And I think the problem here is that whatever logical evidence is, it is invisible, it is undetectable, and it's highly theory laden. So even the way we decide to search for logical theories already ladens our understanding very much. So if I think logic is related to reasoning, I will maybe pick a set of reasoners to see how they reason, but this is already, many choices are being made along the way up to where I get some evidence of how people are arguing. And so I can say logic is in the world, is in the language, or in the structure of thought. These are popular replies. But I don't think logic can be in all of these places at the same time. That would be sort of strange. And there is a risk of saying that logic is about everyday reasoners, because we know everyday reasoners don't reason very well. So there is a difficulty of demarcating which are the set of reasoners in which I should pay attention to figure out what is the correct logic. If I say it's trained reasoners, then I'm already, it's a bit circular, because I teach a set of reasoners to reason according to my logic, and in the end they reason according to this logic, and they give me evidence to the logic I trained them on. So there is, I think, we should be careful about accepting the view that we have reasoners and they will give us evidence for our logical theories. I think the story is more complicated than that. And even if we do have a favorite set of reasoners, we have to justify this, and I think in the end it would be circular. And then we go back to a recent, an old view on logic, which has recovered interest, which is logical aliens. So Frege talks about this, and I would like to thank Vivian Fairbank for presenting this talk 2 months ago in a conference in Feminist Philosophy of Logic. I thought it was very interesting and worth thinking about. And I will not read the whole quote, but he invites us to imagine that there are beings that are found whose laws of thought directly contradict ours. And so their application often lead to opposite result than ours. The psychological logician, which is the view he wants to critique, could only accept this and say, well, for them, those laws hold, for us, these. I would say here we have here though a known kind of madness. So Frege doesn't want to allow for there to be a different set of reasoners who reason by different principles. And so I think what really interests me is to say, well, I can have different set of reasoners, and maybe I can come to understand how they reason. And so again, coming back to how the history of philosophy deals with this, there is an interesting sense in which I can look to philosophers in the past and say that they are this sort of alien thinkers, and to bridge the gap between how they thought and how they express themselves and how we express ourselves now. There is a gap, and it can be bridged. So the methodologies of the history of philosophy are particularly interesting in this sense. I don't need to look at other worlds and wait for aliens to arrive here to think about other reasoners. I can just look to the past and say, well, things have changed along the way, and I can see that they reason differently, but I can somehow recover that. And so the way that the history of philosophy has recovered the way past thinkers think is what I want to say can also help us deal with the issue of logical aliens, because maybe the philosophers of the past are the aliens that we can think about. So we have some problem of underdetermination. So I don't have even if I had a set of data, I don't know which theory to talk about. And then incommensurability is also another problem. So in philosophy of science, we say that there are different paradigms, if I want to accept this basic view, and I have different theoretical vocabulary to be used in a certain practice, and my practice doesn't agree with somebody else's practice, and so we cannot talk to each other. I don't know if there's the word in English for incognoscible, but I think in Spanish there is, and in Portuguese too. So it's something that is not cognizable. I cannot get to know. It's like the Quine view. I do not understand what other people are talking about. And so I think in a sense, logic also follows in this problem. And in science, there is a solution, which is to recognize that science is a practice that happens over time. So my favorite replies to the incommensurability problem is to say, well, I do not have scientific practice does not happen in a vacuum. They develop over time, and so the concept shifts happens over time, and I can recover and I can see how concepts have changed over time. This works in the philosophy of science, and I think also works in the history of philosophy. And the question in the philosophy of logic would be, can there be another set of reasoners that employ different standards of rationality than our own? And if there are, could I even recognize them as reasoners? And I think the difficulty here in logic is that maybe I do not even recognize what they're doing as reasoning. So my hypothesis here is that I can stretch the analogy from philosophy of logic to the methodology of history of philosophy into logic, which is to say maybe logic will lose some of the traditional properties we attribute to logic. So maybe logic will not be objective in a strong sense. It will not be universal because I need to allow for the concept to change and the set of tools I use to reason to also change. Maybe logic will lose generality and maybe it will lose topic neutrality. So I think there are some characteristics we usually attribute to logic, which we might have to let go. But in the end, it might be worthwhile doing. So now a little bit on my takeaway from the history of philosophy. I think it's interesting that reading authors of the past has its own methodological challenges, and I think this is something worth exploring. And the key that I understood is that separation in time and space leads to conceptual separation. So not only time passes, but people reason across different places in the world, and this also impacts how the concepts change over time and develop. And then my favorite topics here. Well, one way to read philosophers of the past is to just recover whatever they were talking about and pretend that they are alive today. And this is anachronism. So I remove philosophers from their context and just reason with them today. And then there's the contextual view, which is to say I should leave philosophers in the past and try to understand what they were discussing in their own terms and understand the context in which they were discussing and do this kind of work. And from what I understand, in the past decades, there has been some dispute about how we should read philosophers of the past, but I think this dispute has mostly settled, and nowadays there is sort of a mixed view and more refined tools to deal with historic philosophers of the past. So the idea here is that I can either bring philosophers, the three options, bring philosophers from the past, go back to contextualism, or say I should resist incommensurability, and there is a way that I can understand philosophers of the past still in today's terms. So the idea here is that the meanings of concepts are not arbitrary and they are polysemic, so they can change a little bit, but they remain stable enough through time and space that it is fruitful to engage nowadays with philosophers of the past, and this is possible. So I can understand that what philosophers of the past were doing was philosophy and it was about the same topic that nowadays we also study. And so a few of the problems that I identified in the historiography. So I need to have a sense of shared rationality. So maybe I have to understand the practice of philosophy and how we argue and what are the dialectics of philosophy in a way that I can recognize philosophy as philosophy. There is a problem of deciding, well, should I pay attention to what the author said or what the author said that they said and what they did? So there is a way that I have to be careful about claiming too much or too little about what the author has been doing, because the author, him or herself, might not have done what was claimed. There's a difficulty here about having access to the intentions of the author because it's unobservable. I have to extract from written text what somebody else was thinking. So this is also an interesting way to think about gaining evidence for philosophy, not just from the text, but thoughts which are some immaterial. And in the sense, maybe this also works for logic, because evidence for logic is not empirical, it's not observable, and has this, it needs to appear out of thin air, just like the way we try to find the intention of the author. And so I need to look for empirical evidence that will give me access to this unobservable, and I thought this was very interesting. There's the problem of underdetermination of interpretation. So given a corpus or a text, different people will disagree how to interpret it. And I think this is also very, very interesting. There is a understanding in the people who do history of philosophy that this happens, and still research must go on. I can discuss interpretations and allow for this disagreement. And it's also fruitful disagreement that leads to better philosophy. There is also the interest of finding material evidence. So there are things in the world that we can discover that will help the history of philosophy. I thought this was also interesting. I don't know how we could try to find logical evidence in the same way, but there are definitely empirical things nowadays that happen that affect all of the unobservable things we thought we knew about authors of the past. So there is a very interesting connection between empirical evidence and the conceptual evidence that we need, which is abstract. And it seems like you guys from the history of philosophy have sort of figured out how to do this. There's also the problem of how much context. If I put too much context, then maybe I lose philosophical interest. But if I don't put enough context, then maybe I don't understand what that author was doing or was saying. So this also has to be explained and measured somehow. And then another question that interests me is, how do we define what philosophy is, and who is a philosopher and who is not, and what enters into the canon of philosophy? This is also interesting to me because there are different ways that we can reason, different, like I can reason using different heuristics, not just deduction. And maybe the way that we have cut out what logic is to mean classical deductive reasoning is not very interesting. I can also change and stretch the concept of logic to encompass these other ways of reasoning in a way that's careful enough that we don't lose what logic is about. And then the question that I also like is there progress in philosophy? And the question also applies to logic. Do I have new logics which gives me something else that's new, and can I measure progress? I think philosophy of science has a somewhat better grasp on this notion of progress, but maybe because science has more empirical way of measuring how the progress happens. And logic would not have this, so I need to have a non-empirical measure of progress. And it seems like the history of philosophy also has conceptual progress in mind when doing research. So for a while, there was this dispute of should we appropriate authors of the past today, should we read them contextually, but it seems like this is mostly settled, and I think this is very good that the methodology of the history of philosophy has gained more self-awareness maybe of how this is done, and this leads to very interesting ways of doing philosophy. And I think this is also something that other areas of philosophy should learn from, just improving the methodology to have to talk about the same text that we have had for millennia. This is very cool. So just a few lessons from the historiography. I think there is something to be gained in the philosophy of logic about finding and creating evidence, which is something that happens. Creating also new methods to talk about the evidence that maybe I have created. There is also very interesting ways to reconcile concepts with the methods that I have used to find the evidence. And there is this notion that we do need a collective history of what the authors of the past have said. So I think the history of the philosophy of logic is usually done in a sterile way of just like logical forms and logical concepts and a bit of too much mathematics without thinking about how those tools were developed over time by people who are also engaged with the community of other philosophers discussing their own philosophical issues. I think there is a lot to be gained in the philosophy of logic by paying attention to the context of the development of all of these formal tools, but also the history of how we have decided to keep those tools and not others. I think this might be my last slide. So what do I say about the problem of the logical alien? How do I solve the problem of incommensurability of rationality? So I would like to think, maybe I have to think a bit more about what kind of incommensurability it is. Is it about the theory of reasoning? Is it about different modes of which we can reason? And could I teach the logical alien to reason the way that I reason? But for this teaching to happen, time would have to go by, and different people would have to be involved. So I think this collective temporal dimension to bridging incommensurability is something that is very important in logic as well. Is it conceptual normativity? Is it normative, or is it both? Or maybe these are not quite the correct categories in which to organize these. It's interesting to think also that incommensurability is just not across time, but also space. So the way that we move and who meets who and talks to whom is interesting. If the alien just pops out here from nowhere, I think it will be a very different interaction than if the alien sort of walks slowly and it comes here step by step by reaching where we are, shifting concepts along the way and learning along the way without just appearing here. And this is, I think, what drives methodology of research. And I think my aim here of looking to the history of philosophy of science is to maybe enrich the methodology that we are using in the philosophy of logic. But then I think maybe in the end, what we need is better categories to talk about logical incommensurability and logical evidence. Maybe evidence isn't even the right word to talk about what we need in logic to have the theories we want to have. So this is my last slide. So what does this say about other reasoners? Well, I think acknowledging other forms of reasoning does not amount to relativism or incommensurability. I think we should think more fruitfully about a third option here, which is finding, like building these bridges that we need methodologies to help us with. And then which properties of logic must go? I think this is the same sort of, what we need in logic is the same sort of thing between the discussion of the perennialism versus contextualism. Maybe both of the schools of methodology in the history of philosophy had some takeaways which were fruitful. And if we can sort of look at the methodology and learn from them, and this is sort of what we need in the philosophy of logic as well. Not just say, well, we have relativism, we have pluralism, we have incommensurability, but to say, well, maybe I can have invent something else to talk about. Yeah, so I think it's really cool the way that the historiographic develops and appropriates the methodology. We just saw the last presentation do this with computer algorithms. I thought it was really cool. So this is also something that I think is very rich from the methodology in the history of philosophy. And I think philosophy of logic could do the same, be creative about the different ways in which we try to access evidence. And if we think we have evidence, how can we work with this? And so I think in the end, this would make logic worldly without making it empirical. I don't like the claim that logic is empirical. I think it's a very loaded term, but I would definitely like to say that logic is worldly. It's related to the world and the people who are in it and our shared collective history. But I don't want to say logic is empirical. So I think the history of philosophy the history of science, philosophy can help make logic more related to the real world without having to say it's empirical in the scientific sense. So yes, this is what I had to say, and thank you for listening. I hope you guys will tell me if this idea is a bit too off or if I'm maybe in the right track, but it's been a real joy to learn more about the methodologies and you guys use and how all of this connects to the philosophy we do nowadays. And I really enjoy all of the methodological aspects of reading the text and reading letters, and should letters be used as evidence, and all of these things I think are really rich, and I'm excited about this finding evidence and creating evidence, considering very carefully what is evidence and what is not, and which is, I think, the point that logic needs a lot. So what if I can maybe get some of the questions that you guys ask into logic, I think this would be very helpful to the research I'm trying to do. So thank you.
Oh, thank you, Evelyn. That was great. Thank you very much. So now we have some time for questions, discussion. You can raise your hand. Kirsten? And then
Hi, sorry, the rain's really coming down here, so I'm not even sure if I'll be able to hear your answer properly. Hopefully you can hear my question though. This was really interesting talk. So much going on here. I think I had a question about the list of problems that you listed with historiography, and I thought it was quite a helpful list. And I think I had two things to add to your list, and I'm not sure if they're going to be helpful. I'm curious about whether they kind of will make a difference to your project or not. But so one of them is one of the problems with doing historiography, at least when you're trying to do history of philosophy, is that philosophers really love telling their own histories, and they always distort their own histories to make their own work really, really important. So all sorts of biases can creep in. When philosophers write histories, or even when historians write histories, they also tend to copy past histories a lot, and so certain stories can become really deeply entrenched, and then you have to do a history of the history in order to figure out when all those ideas came in. The other thing that I think maybe is a problem with historiography is archival practices, which is something that you kind of I think that might be related to, I think actually both of these kind of concerns are related to your point about how, needing to define philosophy and deciding who enters the canon and things like that. But yeah, it seems like the archivists and other people responsible for creating the records and preserving the records and making those records accessible and organizing those records and things like that are also kind of doing a lot to kind of I don't know, create problems for historians of philosophy. So I'm curious about whether you think there are kind of analogs for those things in this kind of problem with the incommensurability of logic that you're trying to solve.
Yeah,
I think
thank you for the.
Oh, yes, I thought we lost you. Sorry.
No, I'm here. So yes, I like the question, and one of the kinds of incommensurability that I like to think about is the notion of rationality as like European Western rationality, because we have lots of written texts, and this is what philosophy has sort of been about. And if we think about different traditions which are oral and people talk, and this is how things are preserved, we do not have archives. So I think a lot has been lost of the kind of evidence that I would like there to be, just because it's not written, it's not ready for the historiographer to go and get, or the philosopher of logic. So in a way, I think all of the evidence that we have about logic is what has been written in the philosophy stuff and whatnot, but that's just because, like you said, it's what the archive practice has created and preserved. And if I want to think more broadly about other forms of reasoning, it just has not been written and has not been recorded in the same way. So maybe we need to go more into like anthropology, and that's where I might find the evidence that I need. But definitely something worth keeping in mind, that just the access that we have is limited by what even we're looking for. So I don't know if that sort of touches your point, but I think my question is like, where is the evidence, and I should be creative about where to look. And I think the historiographers are creative about looking for evidence, and so this was very cool to learn more about. Now I'm thinking maybe what I need isn't even written, and how do I recover what's not written and what has been thought but not. So these are all questions I think the historiographer might have good guides for, like mind reading other people. It's like, how do you access what somebody thought 3,000 years ago? You guys know how to do this, and this is sort of also what I want to get at some point.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Maria.
Yes, thank you, Evelyn. It was very interesting, and so I don't know whether I see more problems than you see, because the first issue that I had is you were talking about logic, say it as a study of rationality, but then the historical evidence that you are going to find is of two different types. So either you look at the philosophy of logic, the philosophical reflections around rationality, or you look at evidence about how rationality evolved, for instance. And so on the one hand, the first one is mediated by the philosophical language. So you can go and see what Kant said about logic and how it related to rationality, and you can go through history of philosophy trying to relate or not relate the use of these terms, right? But on the other hand, ideally, when logicians and philosophers of logic are searching for evidence in rationality, they are saying there is a sort of cognitive phenomena that it's underneath what we call reasoning and what we call logical reasoning and so on. And so the evidential for that, it's very different. So it's not about what people had said, like the theorists of philosophy or of mathematics or of logic had said, but how we have traces of our cognitive developments and how we trace good inferences that maybe were good before and now we don't accept them. And also that makes a very deep issue for me to understand a way to overcome these different types of incommensurabilities that you were talking about, because this seems to me to be the first one, the what is the phenomenon about. And then I had the intuition that there is another one about the latentness of this phenomenon. So how it is expressed, the testimony or the evidence, historical evidence that we have, how it is expressed and what it depends upon. So for instance, take the case in which you think rationality is about how we think. And so we are going to try to trace the evidence that we have on testimony of what was rational before and what is rational now. That is going to be dependent on the language that we use to describe psychological phenomena. So take the case of paradoxes. Paradoxes are often described of contradictions, yes, but also that there is something in the reasoning that is counterintuitive. So that's a sort of psychological phenomenon. This doesn't click for me. And so that depends on us being able to understand the language ladenness of those descriptions. And then you have the psychological, but also the theoretical description that is theory laden by these theoretical elements that you're using to describe and to explain. And these are going to change through time. And also you may have theory ladenness from psychology, but also from epistemology, from logic, from philosophy of mathematics. And all of this may give you very different and mutually incommensurable sets of evidence that in the end, how are you going to be able to relate? So I really enjoyed your talk, but now I'm very not optimistic at all about how historians of logic can get historical evidence in order to create a cohesive narrative of what has happened around the relation between logic and rationality, for instance. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for the question. So yeah, in the talk, I said that there's not enough logical evidence, but I think there might be, in a sense, too much. But it's like Maria said, very fragmentary. So if I like paradoxes, this is my evidence, I'll just invent a logic for this paradox. And so I sort of have evidence and I resolve the problem and create a theory, but very specific. I do not have a theory overall of all of the evidence that I think is relevant. And so maybe what the philosopher of logic hasn't decided is what is the evidence that we want. But in a sense, if depending on the subset of this evidence that I choose, I will pick a different logic. So the underdetermination isn't necessary of evidence, but if I choose an evidence, then I have a logic. But in the end, I do not have like the one true logic, which some people are looking for. I'm not particularly looking for the one true logic. So if I had to like give my own philosophical cards, that's not what I would be looking for. But in the sense, I think I have the intuition maybe that the history of the world should have, like how the world has turned out to be, should affect the philosophy of logic we have and the logic that we do have. And I think uncovering the methodological choices that have been made to get to the logic we have now would be like basic classical logic or whatnot. It just, people have chosen things and things have developed in a certain way. And I think this is also relevant. But then this project is like more in the history of logic to see how these choice points are made, and not in the like broader history of the world, let's say. But I enjoy very much the Catarina Dutti Novaes book on the natural history of deduction. I think what I want to think about is a bit what she did there, but make logic a bit more normative and try to find more evidence in a sense of that makes sense to the partition of logic today. So I think the paradoxes are sort of okay, and they have been around for long enough to think about. But I also think that there are other forms of reasoning that have not gained maybe enough attention under philosophy of logic. So maybe that's because that's not logic. So I can say, but inductive thinking and is not logic, and probabilistic thinking isn't logic, and all these stuff isn't logic. So I get the same problem that the history of philosophy has, which is to say what philosophy is and what logic is. And so the way to answer these questions, I think, is what I can learn about the history of philosophy, to demarcate philosophy from not philosophy, so I can demarcate logic from not logic, and this will give me evidence from the start. So if I think that some forms of reasoning are not logic, I will not even look there for my evidence. And this is like how do you say in English, like posts along the way that sort of mark the choices that I have made today to decide what logic is. And in the end, I think it is more interesting to extend what like logic from just deductive logic to other forms of reason that do encompass in a way the ordinary speaker and how people reason, which is not deductive, and it's not necessarily what the philosopher of logic is interested in describing or something like that. And it's not exactly psychology either, because there is a normative aspect, and depending on how I set up my reason and what incentives I give my reasoners, they will reason better and not. So I think these are also things which are interesting. But I think the point of the talk here was just to see if the way that the historiographer looks at the history of philosophy and finds and creates evidence and decides what's worth looking at, I think that might be fruitful, because then the philosopher of logic can say, I don't even like paradoxes. I don't even think that's something interesting and worth being evidence for deciding what logic is. And maybe I can have a principled way of demarcating that. And maybe I have to think more about the set of evidence that we already have and who agrees with what. But I think the picking evidence in a way that's not like cherry picking to say, well, I get the evidence that I want for my favorite logic and that's just it. I think this is something that we can learn from the history of philosophy, getting evidence without having to cherry pick and being like methodologic suspicious in this sense.
Thank you, Evelyn.
Yeah. Well, maybe we can take a little break. What do you think? Thank you, Evelyn. I really enjoyed your talk. Yeah, well, let's have a break and come back in 10 minutes. Thank you for your
Thank you,
questions.
guys.
Oh.
Bye.
So welcome back, Andres. Are you ready?
Hello,
Hi.
yes, I'm ready.
Okay. So you should start. Is that okay with you, Andres?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay. Well, welcome back. And our next speaker is Andres Vázquez Quijano. He's a PhD student in the Philosophy of Science graduate program here at UNAM. His research focuses primarily on the epistemological and methodological problems of cosmology, exploring how scientific models, theoretical frameworks, and empirical practices shape our understanding of the universe. And the title of his talk is a meta-narrativist approach to the reconstruction of internal history, the autonomy continuity problem. So, Andreas, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me share my screen. Well, yeah, so are you able to see my screen now?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, hello, everybody. I hope you're having a great time and enjoying from this great event. And so before we begin with this talk, let me just give a brief outline about the argument that I am going to be presenting here. So intuitively, a historical reconstruction should satisfy at least two conditions to be epistemically valuable. The first is continuity, and the second is autonomy. The continuity condition would grant that the descriptions that we make of historical entities explain its time persistency. The autonomy condition would explain would grant, a sort of non-adaptness. I mean, a sort of explanatory sufficiency. If it is not autonomous, then we would need to add ad hoc modifications in order for it to be, in order for we to restore the explanatory power of a historical reconstruction. Here, I will contend that the traditional methodology for the historical reconstruction of internal history, that is, the methodology of scientific research programs, does not satisfy these conditions. And so a different approach is needed to make historical reconstructions. Now, my research question is this: is the traditional methodology for reconstructing the internal history of a research program offering minimally adequate historical reconstructions for philosophical uses? And I will contend that that is not the case, because the continuity autonomy problem prevents this minimal adequacy that I'm talking about. Moreover, this will motivate the need for a different methodology for historical reconstruction, and I will offer guidelines to follow a meta-narrativist approach. Now, regarding the structure of the talk, I will follow these 4 steps. First, I will show that continuity and autonomy are conditions for a minimally adequate historical reconstructions with epistemic significance for philosophical uses. And this will motivate the need for an adequate methodology for historical reconstruction. Then I will assess whether the traditional methodology is satisfying these 2 conditions, and I will show that the continuity autonomy problem renders this traditional methodology as defective. And that will motivate the need for a different approach. Finally, I will offer some outlines about following a meta-narrativist approach. Well, so to begin with, let me explain what I am thinking when I think in historical reconstructions. As David Hull puts it, historical reconstructions are descriptions of historical entities as they persist through time. For example, if we wanted to show how Newtonian dynamics have persisted through time, this is make the historical reconstruction, we'll need to explain subsequently the idealized planetary models. And to explain that, we need to explain how certain hypotheses shifted through time and how the astronomical observations explain not only this the shifting of the hypotheses, but also create new ones, right? So when we're talking about historical reconstructions, there are two ways in which we can get together the historical events, that is, to colligate historical events. First, we can appeal either to a central subject or to a colligatory term. In the first case, the continuity of the central program of the central subject, is inherited to the historical reconstruction. In the second case, a colligatory term is simply a general thesis about a certain historical epoch. And this thesis is explaining why certain historical events are included and why other historical events are excluded. And so that historical objects are also continuous. So it seems that continuity is a central condition for appropriate historical reconstructions, right? So that's my first condition, continuity. Now, given this preliminary context, we can ask, why are historical reconstructions so important to philosophy of science? Well, take, for example, this question. Why have scientific products been so epistemically successful? There are at least two ways in which we can answer to this question. And the first is a priori. For example, logical positivists would say that science is successful due to the inner logic that is working between observational terms and theoretical terms. Falsificationism, for example, would say that science is successful because it holds provisionally not false theories. However, a different approach can also be taken, and that is the a posterioriistic approach, where epistemic norms are not only inferred, but also tested. This a posteriori approach would say that, for example, in the case of historical sciences, that is paleontology, geology, archaeology, all of these are epistemically successful because they satisfy three epistemic criteria, that is empirical amplitude, robustness, and coherence. Here, as I said, philosophical theses are also tested. For example, Hanson explains why falsificationism has been empirically refuted. So what this teaches us is that in philosophy of sciences, we have at least two sorts of issues. Issues that are susceptible to being answered in an a priori fashion, and some issues that are not answered in that way. The first one would be, an example of the first one would be the epistemic reliability of a measurement. There, in spite of the fact that you would need a reconstruction, you wouldn't need a historical reconstruction. However, there are philosophical issues that require us to think of science as a historical entity. For example, to explain the persistent epistemic success of science. So what this shows is that history has have turned to be into an evidential base from which, again, philosophical theses can either be inferred or tested against. In this sense, we can ask, how should historical reconstructions be produced in order for them to be epistemically valuable? Well, there are two ways in which we can make reconstructions. The first way is internal reconstruction, and the second is external. The first one relies on the idea that science has an immanent methodological structure of epistemic norms, and this internal reconstruction is aimed to show what this structure of norms is. It colligates internal factors, and that is observations, experiments, theories, hypotheses, etc. We also have external reconstructions, whose main aim is to show the sociological impact of science, and it colligates external factors such as psychological, social, economical, political, etc. factors. right? So from these two approaches, which ones should we choose? Well, it has been argued that internal history is epistemically prior to external history. For example, Nanai explains that to adjudicate the correct external reconstruction, you need to first make a reconstruction of the internal history. And he explains this, he illustrates this with the case of biology. The thing is that in order to adjudicate the correct external interpretation of Jenkins's objection to Darwin's theory of inheritance, we need to first assess whether Jenkins' objection is internally adequate. So in this sense, in order to solve an issue in external history, you first need to make a reconstruction of internal history. That same argument is also held by Lakatos, but he also exposes that internal reconstructions are autonomous in the sense that the issues of internal reconstruction seem to be solved internally. However, external reconstruction seem to be solved when you first reconstruct the internal history. Thus, autonomy seems to be also a minimal condition for epistemically value of historical reconstructions. Moreover, as I argued in the beginning, if historical reconstructions are not autonomous, then that means that you need to add ad hoc modification which would ultimately weaken its explanatory power. So what we have here is that there are two minimal conditions for historical reconstructions to be philosophically useful. The first is continuity, which grants historical adequacy, and the second is autonomy, which grants explanatory power. Now, let me just briefly explain why I think that these are minimal, and are minimal because I am not holding any philosophy of any methodological way in which history and philosophy should be related. So that strategies would impose further conditions. That's why I think these are minimal conditions. Now, we can ask, is the traditional methodology offering minimally adequate reconstructions, that is, reconstructions that are continuous and also autonomous? Well, in the following section, I will argue that this is not the case. So recall that Lakatos's research programs consist in two sets of heuristic rules. The first set is a hardcore, which defines an unchanging set of heuristic rules, which define somewhat the properties of a central subject, which again persist through time. The second set is a set of sets, and these sets are protective belts, which are sets of heuristic rules that are shifting through time. However, the internal structure of these protective belts define the progressiveness of the research program, in the sense that as long as protective belts anticipate scientific change, the research program is going to be progressive. If it does not anticipate scientific change, then it would not be progressive, right? So now, to be clear, Lakatos's reconstruction of internal history will be minimally adequate as long as hardcores remain intact through time, but also protective belts autonomously anticipate the successive changes in the research program. However, in 1976, Musgrave made a series of objections to this methodology of scientific programs. And it's precisely that these two things do not happen. This is, hardcores do not remain intact, but also protective belts are not autonomous in anticipating scientific change. The example that he gives is that in 1895, von Silliger proposed a modification to the Newton's law of gravitation, of universal gravitation. And so I think that we thought that would be in the hardcore, that is a law, is now taken out to the protective belt, right? But also these protective belts could not anticipate this scientific change, because this modification was not theoretically motivated, but empirically motivated, since von Silliger tried to solve the gravitational paradox, right? We also have a different modification of Newton's law of gravitation, which was made in 1983 by Milgram, and to also explain the empirical discrepancy between the rotational velocity of intergalactic objects and the predictions that made this Newtonian dynamics. So hard cores, again, do not remain intact, and protective belts are not anticipating scientific change. So now let me think of this problem in an abstract fashion. So suppose that the hard core of a research program is suddenly modified at time t prime, in the sense that a rule that was originally at the hard core is now taken out to the protective belt. There are at least two ways in which historians can modify the historical reconstructions in order for them to explain this historical event. The first one is declining continuity, and thus reporting that a novel research program has been created. However, first of all, the reconstruction would fail to portray the central subject as a continuous entity, but also appealing to the inner logic of the methodology of scientific research programs. This novel research program would never be progressive because the protective belts would not autonomously anticipate scientific change. They would ultimately depend on the older research program, and thus this novel program would never be progressive. And so this is a highly counterintuitive conclusion. So this solution is unsatisfactory. You cannot decline continuity. The second solution is to decline autonomy, and thus suggest that an ad hoc modification of the historical reconstruction is needed. That is, to take out this heuristic rule to the protective belt. But note that in this sense, the first instantiation of the research program would have to offer hints regarding how this heuristic rule had to be changed in the future. For example, in the case of Musgrave example, the theory that Newton held, and his contemporaries would have to offer hints regarding how the law of universal gravitation had to be modified in the future, and that is also a highly counterintuitive conclusion, right? So as these two alternatives are equally unsatisfactory, the conclusion is that the traditional methodology is failing in offering minimally adequate internal reconstructions. They are either non-continuous or not autonomous. Now, do we have any alternative here? Well, in the following section, I will argue that a meta-narrativist approach might be of use in providing solutions to this problem. So before I make my proposal, let me just make a brief damage analysis. So Hull recognized that not only the properties, but also the persistency of the central subject had to be independently accounted for by a scientific theory. In this sense, we would need an independent way to account for research programs and theories and scientific theories. And the thing here is that actually we don't have a non-controversial way of thinking in scientific theories nor in research programs. In fact, the continuity autonomy problem shows that the account of research program that is giving the traditional methodology is defective because scientific change undermines continuity, but also as epistemic norms are non-universal, that undermines autonomy. Note that Lakatos' methodology has traces of an a prioristic answer to scientific success, and that is falsifications, right? In the sense that the falsification is not aimed at the heuristic rules of the hardcore, but it is aimed at the heuristic rules of the protective belt. And this is not this methodology is not universal, right? It is not equally shared by all the sciences. In this sense, not only is autonomy undermined, but also the philosophical thesis that can be either inferred or tested against these historical reconstructions that is offering the traditional methodology is are limited. Sorry, either we can say that a certain heuristic rule was falsified, or we can say that some anticipatory prediction was success or not, and so we do not have a broad evidential base from which we can derive philosophical theses, right? So now, let me make my proposal. First of all, we have to stop thinking in research programs as central subjects. Instead, the underlying normative epistemic structure has to be thought of as a colligatory term, that is, as a general thesis. And this general thesis would colligate the internal factors of a delimited historical epoch. But also, note that even though scientific change is hardly anticipated, it is explainable post-hoc, appealing to motives of change guided by epistemic norms. I mean, this modification of Newton's law of gravitation made by von Silliger was hardly anticipated. It was hard to anticipate that exponential factor in the law, right? However, we can explain why this modification was added, appealing to the underlying motivation of being in line with empirical evidence. So we have motives of change that are guided by epistemic norms, and we have individual narratives of the limited historical epoch. Well, then we can colligate these individual narratives, appealing to these motives of change, and thus creating a meta-narrative. Now, let me be more clear about what I'm thinking here. What I think is that there are going to be various levels, various layers of narratives. In the first layer, we're going to have an individual narrative which explains the historical events of a certain historical epoch. And these events are colligated, appealing to a general thesis about the epistemic norms that are local to that epoch. But also, historical epochs are going to be unified, appealing to motives of change. And that would further make a second layer of a narrative that I am calling the meta-narrative, right? And so, in this way, continuity is restored. However, autonomy is not restored, but open to restoration. Because note that these motives of change and the epistemic norms that colligate the events in an individual narrative are not known a priori. That was what I defended at the beginning of the talk. And so we end up with a certain circularity regarding the evidence that we have for epistemic norms. However, it seems that in the literature regarding the case studies dilemma, the suggestion is to simply bite the bullet, right? For example, Kinsel argues that in light of this dilemma, we should weaken the evidential uses of historical evidence, of historical reconstructions, sorry. And Vurian argues that there are some strategies that we can appeal to in order for historical reconstructions to be at least less biased. One of those strategies is longitudinal studies, which refer to a study of the limited epoch that would ultimately, in my view, be systematically included in individual narratives. But also, Burian argues that comparative studies are would be of use in making historical reconstructions less biased, and that is to make a comparison of how scientists solved things in one epoch and in a different epoch, but also across sciences. But as this cannot be made in my view, these meta-narratives only partially habilitate comparative studies. An additional benefit from holding a meta-narrativist approach is that local epistemic norms are not longer limited. So the scope of the philosophical thesis that can be inferred or tested against this evidence is broadened. Yeah, so let me jump straight to the conclusions. And so I show that there are two minimal conditions for historical reconstructions to be used for philosophical purposes. The first is continuity. It grants historical adequacy. And the second is autonomy, and it grants explanatory power. Now, I also showed that the traditional methodology does not offer minimally adequate historical reconstruction because due to the scientific change, continuity is lost, but also due to the usage of non-universal epistemic norms across sciences, autonomy is lost. However, a meta-narrativist approach may be better suited to offer historical reconstructions, since motives of change explain scientific change, but also, when known, these motives of change also explain local epistemic norms. However, as I said, these motives of change are not known a priori, and so we end up with a sort of circularity here. And finally, the scope of the thesis that can be inferred or tested is broadened, as we have now a broad historical reconstruction. And that's all. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Andres. Thank you very much for your wonderful talk. And now we open the discussion. So please raise your hand. Kirsten.
Yeah, thanks for that talk. That was really interesting. I think I'm curious about how your proposal helps to kind of navigate historical disagreement. So I think you're probably right that about the traditional methodologies not doing, not meeting the criteria, and that the meta-narrative approach can. But I'm kind of curious about it seems like we need something more than just continuity and autonomy to be able to kind of deal with cases where there's a genuine disagreement about what the history is telling us about science. I mean, the kind of example I have in mind is something like, so Alan Musgrave argued that that a certain kind of novel fact was really important in kind of confirming scientific theories. And so, he ended up, in response to a bunch of kind of, problems and objections, he said, okay, well, he distinguished between heuristic novelty and temporal novelty. And then Stephen Brush came along and said, actually, novelty isn't important at all. This is just something that philosophers have made up. And actually, it turns out that being able to deal with known problems is way more important to how scientific change occurs. They both appealed to the same historical episodes, and therefore, and so they were kind of, but they had differing historical reconstruction of the same event. And I'm kind of curious about whether there's a way in your meta-narrative, meta-narrativist approach that can help to kind of navigate those kinds of things?
Well, that was something that I didn't think of. But I mean, I think that the overall conclusion here is that, in fact, historical evidence is not only theory guided, but also theory laden, in the sense that Maria was asking in the last talk. And so we have to think whether historical evidence is able to adjudicate between philosophical theses. So I'm going with Kinsel's argument that we may rethink what would be the evidential functions that historical evidence can exhibit. So the concrete answer is I don't know. But at least there are ways in which we would think of better historical reconstructions and worst. And that would be that if a historical reconstruction can explain more evidence, and if it is gathering more kinds of historical evidence, well, maybe you will think that that is better, like somewhat justified. So maybe you can appeal to those criteria.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks. Maria?
Thank you, Andres, and thank you, Kirsten, because I am going to make a sort of follow-up on your reply to Kirsten. On the idea of making better reconstructions by making them more cohesive, having more evidence from different sources put together, I fear that one of the issues that we may have is that we end up with too much that make maybe inconsistent the subject of the reconstruction. So I'm thinking about things that change dramatically through the history of the concept, for instance, that they ended up being totally different things. So we might have had to cut in between and say they are two different objects that share the same label. So, or that the label is lost and the phenomenon is lost if you put attention in the whole historical development. Think about infinitesimals, for instance. So if you follow up the evolution of Newtonian infinitesimals, then you are going to end up having a different entity, which is the notion of limit. And so the history is already, in a sense, dissolving the entity that we wanted to reconstruct. And I was wondering, how can we identify the methodological guidance for avoiding this type of a scenario? So if the rule is just try to incorporate better and more information from different sources in a very well-tied narrative about what happened here, we might end up losing entities or having mutually inconsistent entities. It started in one form at the beginning and ended up in being a totally different thing. Maybe there are other scientific entities like dark matter or dark energy that started in one way and ended up being something totally different if you add all the relevant information under the same label. So maybe you have something to say about this, and thank you for your talk.
Yeah. So to sum up your question, are you concerned about things being dramatically changing in time that we might need at some point to change the label?
Yeah, so think about Evelyn's talk about logic and rationality. So if we look at the history of how logic or rationality term were used, then we are going to have many different things. And because the recommendation for having good reconstructions is to incorporate all that evidence that we have from different sources. So who knows what we would have in the end, but it's not going to look like logic nor like rationality. A salad of something.
All right. Well, for those purposes, I think that I would say that scientific change is inherent to science, and so even though the entities are changing through time dramatically, we can appeal to these motives of change. For example, taking the dark matter hypothesis, yeah, it started as being some sort of normal matter, but not, but only just not visible enough. And now we have something very different from that. I think that as long as we can explain these changes, then a historical reconstruction is going to be adequate. Yeah. So the thing is to have not only a broad base of evidence, but also a historical reconstruction that can explain the changes of scientific objects.
Thank you, Andres.
Yeah, thank you. More questions? I have a clarificatory question, Andres, because
Yes.
I'm sorry, I got lost. Can you talk about colligatory terms again?
Yeah, so colligatory terms are general theses regarding a historical epoch. So, for example, you could say that Mexican Revolution was precisely a revolution. And so that would be a general thesis regarding that historical epoch, in the sense that it would define the sort of changes that are happening in that epoch of Mexican history.
So that would be a colligatory term.
Yeah,
Revolution.
a general thesis regarding historical epoch.
Okay. And that works both in history and history of science and philosophy of science. That's more or less the idea.
What I was thinking is that as a colligatory term is a general thesis, you can have the philosophical thesis that the epistemic norms of a certain historical epoch in science are of a certain way. For example, historical scientists, paleontologists, geologists, etc., can say that in this historical moment of those sciences, the epistemic norms are robustness, empirical amplitude, and robustness. And that would that thesis that the epistemic norms are those and that they are arranged in such a way would make the general thesis that colligates the internal factors of that epoch of historical sciences.
Okay, I understand. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. So I think we're running a little bit early, so maybe we can take 10 minutes, little break before the next talk. Maybe have a little coffee if you're in Mexico, not in Europe, because it's too late for coffee.
Well, even if you are in Europe, so maybe you are very tired and you need coffee, and you have already made up your mind of not sleeping tonight. So.
All right. So, okay. So see you in 10. Thank you. Hello. So welcome back. Hello, Hanik.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you so much.
So, are you ready? Should we start?
Mhm.
Okay. So I'll make a very short introduction, and then you can start.
Yes.
Okay. So our next speaker is Hanik Rojas. She is currently PhD student in the graduate program in gender studies here at UNAM. Her main research interests include aesthetics, ethics, and non-Western cultures, approached from the perspective of post-colonial studies. In addition to her training in philosophy, she has pursued studies in linguistics, literature, and translation, both in Mexico and in Turkey. She also completed a research stay at the Department of Arabic Studies at Sorbonne Nouvelle in France. The title of her talk is Problems in the Historical Study of the Intellectual and Spiritual Contributions of Women in Classical Islam from a Gender Perspective. Entonces, welcome, Hanik. It's a pleasure to have you here.
I have a little presentation. Can I share it? Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay. Let me. Okay. I'm trying to do like this. I think that's enough. And let me go to the very beginning. Okay. Well, I'm very excited for being here, and it has been a very long time that I don't speak English, so I hope this just comes naturally. Well, I'm going to talk about history as philosophy and how philosophy and specific like feminism is going back to gender patriarchy in the context of Islamic studies. So, okay. The intellectual and spiritual contributions of women in classic Islam present a profound challenge to modern scholarship. Rooted deeply in the nature of historical representation and religious interpretation itself, traditional medieval Islamic discourse utilized history primarily to furnish exemplar and archetypes, reducing complex past events to privileged providential moments intended to reenact. The approach inherently prioritizes the male gaze and agency, establishing a historical paradigm that subsequently justified patriarchal structures. In stark contrast, critical methodologies, particularly those developed within feminist history, interrogate these traditional narratives by treating histories not as objective records, but as rhetorical constructs. The perspective highlights the interpretive and subjective nature of historical representation, thereby fundamentally criticizing the male-centered narratives and authorship that have dominated the classical Islamic canon. The pursuit of recovering women's historical contributions is therefore intrinsically linked to addressing the epistemological significance of inaccurate or highly idealized reconstructions of classical Islam. Scholastic analysis reveal that a pervasive romantic approach often characterizes the study of early Islamic history, showing Islam as emerging abruptly, often without adequate historical context, followed by an inevitable decline. And this methodology facilitates a culturalist determinism that seeks to identify an unchanging essence or monolithic doctrinal basis, fostering a timeless myth that fundamentally disregards historical context. And this idealization exemplifies by the historical marginalization of women and other marginalized groups constitutes an ideological construct designed to distort genuine understanding and uphold patriarchy hegemony. And what I'm discussing here will be that in Islamic studies, we often forgot that also the way we are studying Islamic history is going to create genderized bodies. And that's really important for feminist studies. Going to the next one. The Quran as a, I'm going to open this a little bit more. In the context of Islamic studies, we have to understand that the main sources are the Quran and the Hadiths. The Quran as divine speech is considered eternal and beyond historization, but however, a human interpretation has been all the time working with Quran. Even if we have the idea that Quran is divine, we really cannot access to this divine speech or the divine ideas. We can always make just human interpretations. So we have to acknowledge that Islam is in fact a series of interpretations, and we all the time need to have a very deep, proper context of these spaces. We don't have nothing that is called Islam's, the essence of Islam or a unique Islam's. It's all the time Islam in a context and in a historical process. Traditional historiography confuses human interpretation with divine speech. And this is why historical approaches are very important, because in like the common knowledge of Muslims and the Muslim communities, human interpretation and traditional historiography are confused. And this had as a result the canonization of misogynistic viewpoints in religious texts. So what we are doing, or what feminist studies are doing, is that understanding the distinction between human interpretation and what we can interpret or not from the text is crucial for recovering women's contribution to Islamic intellectual history. Okay. The traditional historiography, okay, and we have inside Islam, we have tools to work with this. Historically, at the beginning of time, Muslims have recognized that Quran and the sources of hadiths need exegesis or tafsir. So Muslim societies came to view religious knowledge produced by early male scholars as sacrosanct and historically objective due to their temporal proximity to the Prophet's community. This belief reinforced the narrative that the passage of time signify a retreat, a gradual moving away from the original model, and justifying so patriarchal structures. Women's public role were drastically curved, and their epistemic authority was regularly regarded as secondary to that of men, despite women's prominent role in preserving foundational Islamic knowledge. So what we are doing here is that we need to acknowledge that this Islamic Arab patriarchy is in fact a result of some interpretations that came to be seen as a real history. And what we are questioning here is what we are calling history. Sometimes the way we treat history is like history is something that is already crystallized, is done as a speech that is completely closed, and questioning history also helps to see that history is not that. History is all the time a process of interpretation and dialogue between memories, communities, and collective identities. The canonization of patriarch interpretations represent a critical shift in Islamic intellectual history. Less than 3 decades after the Prophet's death, new concepts detrimental to women's status were introduced, particularly as the early Muslim empire became urban and authoritarian forces rose. This process profoundly impacted women's contribution to intellectual life, diminishing their epistemic authority despite their crucial role in preserving foundational Islamic knowledge. So this is why when Muslim intellectual, Muslim academicians are studying Islam, they come back to this period where it was crystallized some patriarchal ideas about womanhood and the role of woman. So the only way to go to this space is, of course, through historiography and historical studies. And I have chosen a little example because I think that as we discussed like last week in the conference we have here in Mexico, some of the way that Islamic historiography is working is with example. They choose some example and the interpretation of this example has like a political link. And in the example I have chosen is Aisha bint Abi Bakr, was one of the most important prophets of, was one of the most important wife of Prophet Muhammad. And she had made significant intellectual contributions. She's an example of how early women rights activists advocate for women participation in religious and social life. She was a significant interpreter of revealed sources, engaging in active debates with companions in matter of ijtihad. Ijtihad is an interpretative strategy. Is a way to interpret Quran and hadiths. And from this interpretation, this effort of interpretation, ijtihad comes from the root effort. We can have laws and some other canonical knowledge. She had a crucial role in preservation and transference of knowledge. She is known for transmit like 15% of the hadiths, that is like huge. And contemporary Muslim women scholars seek to retrieve her prophetic legacy as a model for engaging hadith holistically. And Aisha is relevant because she had a very important role, a very active role. She was a transfer of knowledge. And what the Muslim feminists nowadays are doing with Aisha is going back to the historical figure and trying to understand how she was interpreted like in patriarchal, in a patriarchal way, and how we can go back to this example and depatriarchalize the figure of Aisha, who, by the way, is also very controversial in Occident for several reasons that I won't discuss here. But so Aisha legacy has been damaged by some political manipulation. Contemporary Muslim women scholars like Zainab Alwani seek to retrieve Aisha's prophecy, highlighting her methodological contributions as a model for engaging hadith. They use her life to combat misogynistic attitudes propagated by some of her contemporaries, emphasizing her role as a significant interpreter of revealed sources. Aisha's role was affected by political manipulation. Both Sunni and Shia communities constructed meaning and identity around her. And it's important to say that the recovery of women's historical contributions requires critical engagement with how their legacies have been constructed and reconstructed over time. This highlights that even the most well-documented female figures are subjects of historical interpretation rather than simple factual recovery. And this is something, again, that takes us back to the idea that history is not just factual recovery of things that have happened. That doesn't exist. There is not like a neutral history. So this is something that is also a struggle for contemporary Muslim feminists, how this ideal Islamic story really doesn't exist, and it's always like an androcentric approach. Androcentrism is in intellectual discourses position men as the norm and women as deviation from this standard. Early medieval period saw religious discourse strongly oriented toward men, implementing female inferiority through normative projects. During the Abbasid Caliphate, my cat is coming. Not swallows. I'm sorry, I got no control over my cats. Abbasid Caliphate intensified patriarchal structures, combining existing misogynistic attitudes from early societies. And this is something, is a constant that we're going to see. While there was a project of emancipating women somehow during the first time of the revelation, Islamic revelation, after the death of Prophet Muhammad, these struggles were not completely lost, but slowly lost. Well-from contests enabled rich men to keep large harems, reinforcing patriarchal control over women's bodies and reproduction. So the political and legal authorities of the Abbasid period defined establishment Islam by emphasizing hierarchical structures while largely ignoring the ethical voice that stressed equality and justice within the Quranic message. This created a religious discourse that justified patriarchal dominance through normative projects that position men as the default and women as the exception. But this is again a reinterpretation of a message. And coming back to this historical period when this happened helps to prove that, or helps to show how this is, again, a political decision. Medieval Islamic society became patriarchal to a far higher degree than the early Islamic community in Mecca and Medina. So that is again an example why these Muslim feminists are going back to this early Islamic community in Mecca and Medina, because the practices, the societal practices of that time were way less patriarchal than what we're going to have in Islamic societies over the time. The Abbasid political and legal authorities emphasized hierarchical structure, and this period saw the canonization of patriarchal interpretations that had previously been marginalized or contested. So slowly, Islamic academy began like canonization, these ideas, these patriarchal ideas that had some space to debate before. Okay. I think this, no, okay. And also something that a problem we're going to have is that traditional male exegesis incorporated material from ancient Near Eastern and biblical lore into the Islamic canon, even when contradictory to the Quran. And this is going to be a problem not just with the feminist approach, but also with the queer approach to Islam. Because some of the ideas that are going to be more patriarchal or homophobic are coming from what the Islam took from the Bible and other debates. And they were like integrated in a way that just going back to those periods and analyzing that moment, we realized that they were integrated from other parts and they really are not inside the Quran or the Hadiths. Commentators imparted biases concerning women's defective nature by drawing on a repertory of adage portraying women as devious, unchaste, and deceitful, thereby incorporating pre-Islamic traditions. Contemporary Islamic feminists identify this as a strategy of resistance, seeking to displace the hierarchical interpretations of the creation myth by emphasizing the equal nature of moral capacity of Adam and Eve. So what we're having here is a transdisciplinary effort, because we need to go back to some historical moments in Islam, but we also are working with decolonizing theology. For example, the figure of Eve traditionally was portrayed as a very positive and neutral image. Eve itself, the name means that who is alive. In the Islamic mythology, for example, Eve was not the one who brought the sin or the one who forced Adam to eat the apple, and like this old Christianic mythology. And also there was not original sin. So all these ideas about the original sin, about how woman was the responsible of the fall from heaven, were borrows from Christianic tradition. So we are having a cross between theology and a decolonization of Islamic theology, but also going back to history to identify when these borrows happen and reject them. Another very interesting trope that we are going to find is the woman's guilt, Kait al-Nisa, la astucia femenina, que became a pervasive literary trope across Islamic literature, more reference in the Quranic story of Joseph, where the Egyptian ruler declares, "Indeed, your guilt is great," a phrase that becomes an anti-female refrain. Early commentators transformed the narrative's emphasis from a test for prophethood into one concerned with producing a moral lesson about the dangers of female sexuality and guilt. Contemporary Islamic feminists identify this transformation as a strategy of resistance, seeking to displace the hierarchical interpretations of the creation myth. So the concept of woman's guilt represents a significant shift of how Islamic narratives were interpreted and understood. Original stories like that of Joseph might have been understood as texts of prophethoods. They were transformed into a moral lesson about female deception. I think this repeats. But by focusing on this moment, early commentations create concerns about moral sexuality, about her dangers. And this is very interesting because some feminists like Fatima Mernissi will say that the dynamics of gender in Islam comes from this woman's guilt. Like the control over woman and woman's body comes because she is very intelligent and she can overthrow the other. So this creates like a dialectic that ignites this like control or efforts to control. So Islamic feminism employs critical regarding methodology to engage with religious sources, seeking to dismantle centuries of patriarchal interpretation. We are going to have what I call hermeneutics of suspicions. We're going to challenge interpretive neutrality, assumptions in traditional Islamic scholarship, what it is said about women, about the role of woman, about the nature of woman should be questioned. And this hermeneutic will reveal how traditional interpretations are conditioned by patriarchal bias of male interpreters. We're going to have also critiques of traditional disciplines, and we're going to seek the position and the knowledge and the epistemic agency of women at the time. And that exists, it's just like it's invisible, like it hasn't been given like a place, a central place. We're going to have also efforts in historical contextualization. We're going to place canonical texts within their specific historical context, distinguish between universal and particular verses, descriptive and prescriptive verses, and seek a hermeneutic of reconstruction that uncovers alternative egalitarian gender narratives, no? And the ultimate goal is recovering a usable past. And this concept of usable past is seeking like contemporary justice struggles that that brings from the past what will help to bring justice to the present. So, feminist scholar argues for placing canonical texts within their specific historical context, acknowledging that these texts often reflect the mentality of a certain age. This is interesting because we're going to have, for example, we have Quran and we have Hadiths, that these are the two main sources of Islam. In the Hadith, like these are all the anecdotes and all the stories around Prophet Muhammad's life. We're going to find often problematic Hadiths, not just for women, also for like LGBT community, or very anachronical, but we have just 10 minutes. And what we're going to think is that these hadiths are not prescriptive, but they're like an X-ray of the conceptions, the culture, and the minds of the moment. And when we see these texts not as prescriptive, not as normative, we can then understand more like they are just like radiographies, like image of the past that help us to understand the society at the moment, but shouldn't be seen like norms for the modern society. The feminists, Muslim feminists, they are going to distinguish between universal and particular verses and descriptive and prescriptive verses of the Quran to avoid anachronist interpretations. The goal is hermeneutics of reconstruction that uncovers alternative egalitarian gender narratives and retrieves image of women from male-centered records. This approach transformed the past into a usable past for contemporary justice struggles, providing resources for a present-day feminist interpretation. So this approach doesn't romanticize the past, but rather use it as a foundation for addressing contemporary gender injustices within Islamic frameworks. So I have like almost like 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
So
maybe 3.
Maybe 3. Okay, so we are not going to talk about Ibn Arabi. Maybe for later, but going to like a conclusion. Western feminist lens frame historical figure through modern concepts, disconnecting them from their religious and cultural concepts. This is like the struggle with white feminism. This risk failing into culturally imperialist assumptions that impose Western values as universal. And also here history is central because Orientalist and Western scholars had made a history about Middle East and the Islamic space that has a very specific speech about gender, a very colonial speech about gender. So Western feminism should approach carefully to these new speeches because we do not have, from a Western point of view, we do not have the tools to understand the full approach and the full project that it is happening within the Islamic space, because the efforts around decolonializing and degenderizing the Islamic history are very transversal. These women here and these queer colleagues, they are using Quranic interpretation, philology, history, philosophy to decolonialize this past. So it's a very, very extensive approach that if you do not have the tools, you may just not understand and just reproduce like colonial approaches. So what happened with this usable past solution? The final challenge facing Islamic feminists is precisely the methodological specter of anachronism. How can these historical figures be recovered without failing into anachronism? We have to recognize historical limitations. Records are always selective and partial. We have to uncover marginalized models, focus on liberatory interpretations, and apply rigorous critique, maintain critical distance from historical texts. And the recovery process is not about finding an untouched ideal past. That is something that is also happening. There is some Muslim feminists that have a very romantic approach, but engaging the complexities of the historical archive with a critical gender-sensitive hermeneutic. And yes, I think, I mean, these are like another actions that we have to articulate with this effort. We have to critique the male subjectivity. We have to highlight voices of dissent. This is very important, for example, for queer studies in Islam. And we have to have gender-sensitive hermeneutics. And also, this also means trying to understand how gender articulates in different ways outside a Western idea of gender. And I think that's all. Yeah, I think 1 minute more. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Hanik, for your wonderful talk. I enjoyed it very much. So we have some minutes for questions. Maria and then Natalia.
Thank you for your talk. I was wondering about how can we avoid in many of these cases to only focus on the gender as the main element to be reconstructed or to be taken into account when reconstructing. Because something that you were mentioning when you were talking about Eve is that there is a lot of input that we have through colonization or to the Western traditions that has filtered like our methodology in order to interpret things that shouldn't be interpreted in those lights. And so what I was thinking is more general. If we are talking about how to use history and philosophy, there is a lot of research about how to reconstruct the feminist side or the feminist figures, over how to try to be more fair towards female characters along history. But there are also other elements that might be opaqued by focusing only on the gender issue. So maybe we want to reconstruct, as Evelyn was saying in her talk, maybe we want to reconstruct other ways to identify rationality. And this might not be related to gender. And so if I focus on gender issues, I might distort what I am trying to reconstruct. So how can we be fair at identifying the methodologies to reconstruct this abuse or these voices that have been silenced for so long and not be distracted by other ways or other voices that might not be so relevant for these particular stories? Do you have any hints? Do you have any suggestions? Do you think this is problematic? But thank you for your talk. It was very illuminating.
Should I listen all the questions and then answer, or how?
Yes, if you want, you can answer, and then we take the next question.
Okay. I have no answer. I mean, my concern is gender because I am doing a PhD about gender studies. So that's why I have focused on that. But I understand your question. And to be honest, the longest I studied this subject about gender outside Western academy, I think more that gender is not useful. like, of course, it is very interesting the way that articulates some kind of patriarchy outside Western societies, but yes, we have other articulations. We have other things that create like important intersections. But to be honest, I haven't thought deeply about that. I think it should be possible. But I don't know. I mean, and I also, for example, think that the emphasis that we give to gender comes from a very Western point of view. When I study sexual diversity, I realized that for them it was not that important, the sexual diversity, but the community of faith, that the articulation around if they all belong to the Ummah or not was way more important to if they were Mukanat, that is the third gender in Islam, and that. So I really don't have an answer, but I think it's something to be taught. And I think it's something like try to understand, not to put this anachronism also about gender that like take us out the way. But coming from a gender studies PhD is kind of hard, but I don't know, I didn't answer, I'm sorry.
No, but thank you very much. And thank you for your talk.
Yeah, thank you. Natalia?
Yes. Hi, Yannick. I hope it's pronounced that way. Sorry if not. It was such a great talk. I just wanted to let you know that the philosopher I'm working on, Louise Dupin, so she's an author from the first half of the 18th century. She analyzes actually Islamic culture, and she talks about Aisha. I don't know, maybe this is interesting to you. So she wrote this massive, very extensive treatise on women, on women's history, trying to debunk the idea that women are inferior. So she looks for historical examples of this, and she really analyzes this across many, many cultures. And she has like a part of her work where she talks about Islam, and she talks about Muhammad's wives, and one of them is Aisha. And she says she was very respected, and I think she even says that she waged war on her political enemies.
Yes, the Battle of the Camel.
Yeah, so I mean, I thought kind of random bet. I thought maybe it would be interesting to you. I mean, you can accuse Dupin of
Louise Dupin.
Louise Dupin, yes. I'm going to talk about her in my talk tomorrow. But yeah, I thought maybe could be something interesting for you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, Aisha is a very, very important and complex figure. She went to war in the Battle of the Camel, and she went to war several times, but that's one of the most important. And yeah, like she was brave enough to speak up against what she thought was important. And I don't know, I think maybe she's an example because she has like several layers that we can like analyze. She had like this very intimate, close layer, with Prophet Muhammad, for example, and we can know that she was like very cocky and naughty, and she made jokes, but those things are really important when Islamic societies had become very, very conservative, very patriarchal, very hierarchical, and knowing that the first wife, or not the first, one of the most important wife of Prophet Muhammad, make him jokes and told him back and tease him off like very often. And we have historical anecdotes about that. Is more important one that we think, because it's a way of deconstructing also very like rigid relations, and like thinking relations between genders in a more like ludic setup. And we have this, like the intimate version. We have also, she was a scholar. She was the most important interpreter of Quran after Prophet Muhammad dead. So in some way, she was also like a theologist, and she was also like a fiqh jurist, because she created a lot of the laws in the first moment. And so it's a very central character that was like forgot, or was like interpreted in a way that it was at some point just thought as the wife of the prophet, and not in this complex lawyer that we have. So yes, she's like very relevant. And in Western societies have this concern, because there are some debates about the age she married. There is a lot of ideas that she married at 6 years old. But if you read like through the text about the time, it's probably she married at 18 years old. But there was this idea of changing the age younger and younger, so to emphasize the purity of her. So if you go through the canon, you realize that there are texts that saying, okay, she married 10, 11, the most you go into the past, you realize probably she married at 18 years old. But this is also an example how patriarchy changed the identity of someone to emphasize the sexual purity that was not important at the time. But this myth about her age and her age of marriage had gotten very important place in the Islamophobic speech nowadays. And the most interesting thing, because we as humans, we are mad, but patriarchy created the idea that Aisha was very young when she married, so she was very pure. Then Western media take this idea with Islamophobic point of view to say, okay, Islam justified child marriage. But then some conservative Islamic communities said, oh, yes, she married really age, then let's do it. So this patriarchal thing make all the way around to harm women in all senses. So I think this is also why going back to these historical figures and do historical work is important, all in Western world or in Islamic spaces.
Thank you. Thank you, Hanik. I think it's Hanik, right? Okay, thanks.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. So I have a question, because you were talking about usable past, but you were also, I think, arguing about contextualism versus this sacralized version of Islam. And contextualism would be like reading the texts within the historical context, like radiographies. So I kind of find a tension between that contextualism and the usable past for feminists in Islam. So, or I got it wrong. I don't know.
No, probably I couldn't explain it. Oh my bad. Okay, I think that what what Muslim feminists are trying to do is a project in at least 2 steps. One step should be like this, a very deep jump back into the sources, where they're trying to really contextualize and really understand what happened, how it happened, what were like the dynamics at the moment. And in that first step, I think that contextualizing is very important to them. And then after that is done, or some way they're trying to do, after that, I'm thinking that they are trying to create a new identity and in some way modulate a new collective memory. So then the usable past comes from, okay, we have this past that, of course, in some ways is going to be patriarchal, but then we have this example and these spaces and these dynamics that they are usable for us, that we are going to select for. And this is also in dialogue that with the very deep recognition that history is not neutral. So I don't think they're trying to make a neutral history. I don't think they're trying to make like a new, very objective history. I think they come from the idea that history is never objective. So that's why this usable past is going to be something that is aiming for collective justice and social justice and reconstruction of spaces for women in contemporary spaces. Maybe for us, for philosophers, it comes a little bit strange because in our core, in our Platonic core, this idea of recognizing that it's not objective, it's not neutral, and they are utilizing this past with political reasons doesn't click. But I think that, yeah, at the end, we have to recognize that history is never neutral. And I ask myself if that does exist, or if we are all the time like recovering what we need for present political and social projects. Maybe I explain it better.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Henrik. Well, maybe we can close this session and start tomorrow. We're going to start half hour earlier, right, Maria?
Yes. So what in Mexico would be 8:30 in the morning, and in Central Europe is 2:30 in the afternoon, or something like that. So looking forward to seeing you all. Remember that tomorrow Giovanni is going to be the keynote speaker. He is the first one speaking, and then we have other 5 very interesting talks after that. And we finish half an hour earlier than today. So if that motivates you to stay all over the day tomorrow. So, Teresa, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I really enjoy all talks and the discussion. It's really wonderful, and we'll see you tomorrow. Early in the morning here, but not so early. Well,
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hola. Entonces,
Hola.
¿terminamos la transmisión?
Sí, gracias.
Gracias.